answers are lying here within. It's running in our blood. The answers are lying here within.
Let's rock, let's rock, let's rock, let's rock. Let's rock.
You sexy beast. You sexy beast.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the OpenAI 5 Finals.
Yes, there we are. Hello. We're here for OpenAI 5 Finals 2019, and we have a very fun day ahead of us. We're going to start off by talking a little bit about the project, obviously. Main attraction will be OpenAI 5 playing against OG, but we also have a couple of surprises after that, so make sure you stick around for that as well. And I, of course, will not be doing that alone. I am Shiva, Doreen van der Hayden, your host, but I'm joined right now with Blitz and Purge. Guys, how are you doing?
I'm great. Really happy to be here. I love the set. It's nice and beautiful and colorful.
Yeah.
And happy that so many people can be here in the arena.
Right? It's packed. We're so
Hey,
loud.
that was easy.
We're loud, yes.
Dude, that's better than most LAN event crowds.
It really is. It really is. We're gonna have a lot of fun today. We're gonna obviously talk about Dota to you guys. We're gonna also talk to some of the OpenAI guys and girls actually about the project and everything that we're gonna see today. But before that, before anything else, I'd like to give the stage to Greg Brockman, who is the chairman and CTO of OpenAI.
All right, welcome everyone. All right, who's excited about today? Yeah. All right, this is a historic moment. It's going to be the first time that an AI has even attempted to play the world champions in an esports game. OG is just on another level relative to any other team that we've played. And so the truth is, we don't know what's going to happen either. Win or lose, these are going to be games to remember. And you know, OpenAI 5 and DeepMind's very impressive StarCraft bot have all beaten good pros privately, but no one's ever seen this happen live. So if we're lucky today, it'll be the first time anyone's gotten to see that too. But this event, it's really about something bigger than who wins and who loses. It's about letting people connect with a strange, exotic, but still somehow very tangible intelligences that are produced by today's rapidly progressing AI technology. You know, we've all grown used to computer programs which are coded by a human programmer. You do one thing that person didn't anticipate, the program breaks. So we think of our computers as these unthinking machines. They can't innovate, they can't be creative, they can't truly understand. But in order to play Dota, you kind of need to do all those things. So we had to do something different. OpenAI 5 is powered by deep reinforcement learning, which means that we didn't code in how to play Dota. We coded in how to learn. 5 tries out random actions. It learns from a reward or a punishment. And in its 10 months of existence, it's now played over 45,000 years. Yep, that was 45,000 years of Dota gameplay. It's a lot. It hasn't grown bored yet. And the playstyle you're going to see today, it's truly its own. Everything you see, it's truly creative. It's been dreamed up by a computer. And so from 5's perspective, today's games are going to be its first encounter with an alien intelligence. No offense to OG. But the beauty of this technology really is that our learning code doesn't even know it's meant for Dota. And that means that it's very general purpose, and it has this amazing potential to benefit our lives. Last year, we used it to control a robot hand that just no one could program. And we expect to see similar technology in new interactive systems, from elderly care robots to creative assistants to other systems that we can't even imagine today. Now, this is going to be the final public event for OpenAI 5, as you might guess from the name of the event. But we expect we're going to do other Dota projects in the future. Now, I really want to thank the incredible team at OpenAI, everyone who worked. Check, check, check. All right, everyone who worked directly on the project or cheered us on. I want to thank those who supported the project, which is Valve, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, dozens of test teams, today's casters, and yes, all the commenters on Reddit. And I really want to give massive thanks today to our special guests, OG, who have taken time out of their tournament schedule to be here. So please enjoy the show, and just keep in mind, no matter how surprising the AIs are to us, know that we're going to be even more surprising to them. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Greg. And indeed, we are getting to it because we're going to talk a lot about what's going to happen today. We are also now joined by Brooke and David. And David, I'm going to start with you because I want to know the history of the project. It's a project that's been going on for a while. Obviously, we saw it most recently at TI8. But talk to me about the project and the history of it.
Yeah, so we started this project about 2 years ago in early 2017. We first worked on 1v1 Dota as a way to get started and just get off the ground. In that TI 2017, we were able to beat the top pros at 1v1 Dota. Then we spent a while getting ready for 5v5, and we started training OpenAI 5 in June 2018. By August 2018, we played some tournaments and went to TI. At TI, Pain Gaming beat us, and was, OpenAI was not yet ready to play it at better than pro level. It played pretty well. We were pretty happy with how it went. And now it's been 8 months since then. Here we are. OpenAI 5 has learned, has grown, has learned some new stuff, figured out new strategies, and we're excited to see where it is now.
What are the biggest changes, Brooke, that have happened over the last 8-9 months?
So some of what we worked on was trying to add more heroes to the pool. It was something that we definitely attempted to address, and we did manage to see a lot of improvement there. It just kind of didn't get to the level we thought maybe OG was going to play the map. We also worked on a lot of research improvements to just kind of create a more fluid training process in the hopes that we would be able to gain a lot of performance from those metrics.
Now, Blitz and Purge, we've seen obviously the events unfold already. Blitz, you have experience firsthand of playing against AI, both 1v1 and also in a team setting. What do you expect today?
So I was the first person that played it at TI, right? And I feel like I'm always like the whipping boy. Like I got brought in, I got absolutely destroyed, and that was depressing. And then they had me play the 5-on-5. I was casting it at first, and then they're like, "Would you like to play against it?" I feel like I got trapped again. I was like, "I'll stomp it." I was pretty confident, if I'm honest here. I remember I talked to you guys, right? I was like,
yeah.
It plays at like max 4K, and I just got wrecked. But I sort of blamed my teammates. And now the fact that it was able to beat some teams, that it was able to take pain. I think it was like a 40-minute game that I casted. I think is really impressive.
How about you, Purge? What's your experience with AI so far?
Well, it's definitely very interesting to play against it. We got to play a match yesterday briefly, and it doesn't really feel like the flashiest thing. It just kind of feels like it's always reacting perfectly to your movements. Like at one point, I tried to prevent you from dying for the 5th time in a lane, Shiver, and every time I would run at the Earthshaker, it would run away, and then I'd be like, okay, he's wasting my time. I'm gonna run back, and then it would follow me, and it just kind of did. We just kind of did this for a while, and it just feels really annoying. It just feels like a step ahead of you. It's not necessarily super outplaying you, but it's always outplaying you, just because they've played so many matches. So it's definitely interesting to play against.
I like 4 times in lane.
Okay,
the rest
I'm
was
sorry.
not on the lane.
Okay, very different.
All right, David, how does AI work? Because we heard Blitz say that he was expecting it to play at 4K level. We have experienced that it's probably a bit higher than that. But how does AI play Dota 2?
Yeah, so it's a little bit different from how humans see it, and we actually have a slide to explain how the OpenAI 5 interprets the game. So humans see this image on the left with the nice picture of the little characters walking around. The AI sees a picture on the right, which is just a giant pile of numbers. And we know that some of these numbers mean a hero's health or some character's position or the items in someone's inventory. But all the AI sees is this giant list of numbers. It doesn't have any idea about the rules of Dota to begin with, what different items are. It just sees these different numbers and has to figure out what they mean.
So how did it get to learn Dota 2 if it can't read?
Yeah, so that's kind of the question that we get a lot, and a lot of people will watch our bot play Dota and be like, well, what's the big deal? I also learned how to play Dota. And I think the difference is that essentially that the AI takes a completely different path to get there. It doesn't get to read the tooltips, read about abilities, watch purge videos to figure out how to play a new hero. It's essentially learning it just by going into the game, trying something, seeing what happens, and even further than that, like let's say you have a new ability you're trying to learn and you know that it stuns. So you know there are other abilities that stun, you know what that looks like, you know that it's great for you if you're able to stun the enemy hero. What the AI does is they go in there, they cast the ability, and they see that some numbers changed. And they don't know if that's good or bad. Eventually they might learn that, oh, that hero can't move. And they see that by it's not moving. They have to kind of like recognize that pattern. And so that's kind of like how it builds on itself, and it has to do this all of the game mechanics. So starting out is pretty inefficient, right? It takes us a long time to kind of even get it to last hit, which is a pretty basic mechanic that most people are able to pick up quickly. The upside of that is that this training is all general. So for example, if we were to take out the Dota layer and swap in a different environment, such as the robotic hand, which I think we have a slide for to show, and essentially you take this environment where you've got the fingertip positions, you've got camera vision and things like that, and you can also translate that into these numbers, which you can then feed into the AI, and then they will attempt to solve that problem too. So it's not that they know how to they don't know that they're playing Dota necessarily, they just know that they are solving a task.
So OpenAI 5 is focused on Dota 2 at the moment, but what you're saying now is that the implications for use outside of Dota 2, that can have some very big impacts on the world.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the reasons why, for example, we are still working within a limited hero pool, is because there are changes like we could learn a hero. It's not that we think that it can't be done. It's more of that we are looking about making the training process general and making changes that we think will help overall working on AI, not just specific to Dota.
How do we think it's going to impact Dota 2, Kevin?
I mean, there was definitely things that we learned by watching the 1v1s, for example. There was things like, oh, is it worth it to use fairy fires just for regen? Or there's other small, intricate, the mango. Like, bring mangoes, eat them instantly, your gold is lost. But you have mana back, which ultimately helps you. And now when we see 1v1s, that's very consistent. It even happens in regular games right now. So there are little advantages that you do get by watching something very different play it from outside the box, basically. It always helps. Same thing happens in pro players. Like if you see a pro player do something new that you've never thought of before, you're willing to trust it because it's different. It's somebody you respect doing it. So there's always going to be similar benefits.
Anything to add to that for the future of Dota 2? Is it going to be coexisting? Are the AI taking over competitive Dota 2?
I don't know about that, but there's a lot that you can learn. Like when you play a high-level game of Dota 2 and you see somebody do something cool, it should intuitively make sense. And the first time I played the 1v1 bot, like Kevin said, I was wondering, I was still like on a meta that was way too far behind. Like I'd buy tangos and I'd buy clarities, and I'd realize that every single time I did that, I was playing slower and slower and slower. And so the only way to match it was to copy it. And so you started developing this meta where it was pretty much just salves and mangoes. You didn't even buy any other items because it was less efficient to buy other Wraith Bands or other boots in the Shadow Fiend versus Shadow Fiend matchup. You would just keep varying regen until somebody won or lost. And that's something that's replicated nowadays. Maybe not to like that same extreme because, you know, the game progresses past that 1v1 phase, but you're still going for that quick regen, playing as fast as humanly possible.
I have a quick question. So based on the current patch and some of the previous tournaments, we were playing on an older version of the game, but right now we're playing on the current version of the game. How difficult it is when a new patch comes out for the bots to adjust? Do you guys start up from scratch, or do you take like the previous knowledge and then let them readapt?
Yeah, so we take the previous bot and just throw it in the new environment. We don't tell it or anything that anything's changed, but it eventually learns that the numbers don't change in quite the way it thought they would change. And it slowly adapts. It takes a week or a few days after we've done the work to update the code and make the code compatible with the new version.
So how long have they been training on the current patch? Is it like a new patch comes out and you guys instantly put them to work to play? Or is it like maybe a delayed thing?
Typically it's not instant just because it's work on our part. We really don't know when another patch is going to come out after that, and we don't want to bring them up to speed. I think that they've been training on this patch for at least a few weeks now. And there has been some interesting feedback from our test teams who, when we switched to a new patch, For example, when we switched to 721, the AI started really liking Viper. And so we asked, like, what were the changes with Viper that they really liked? And they were like, oh, it was no big deal. It was like minor AoE improvements. And then a couple weeks after that, they're like, oh, you can Viper jungle now. It's really, really strong. And so it was kind of like they were talking to us and saying, like, they catch on pretty quickly. There's definitely some things that they have more trouble, like, switching over to. But for the most part, yeah.
What are the things they have trouble switching to, like other more complicated heroes or something?
Yeah, it's just typically when abilities change, they have a little bit of trouble with that. That's kind of like why Lich didn't make it past our patches, just because there were significant changes there. So when they have to relearn their playstyle, that becomes a lot harder for them.
Gotcha.
Now today's event is going to be a 3-part event, and we're going to start with part 1. And David, part one is called Competitor. So what did OpenAI do to prepare for today?
So when you have a very high skill Dota 2 bot, you want to see just how good it is. So the natural thing to do is play against some of the very best teams. So we've invited OG, the world champions from TI last year, to push our bots to the limit and see just how good it is. So we'll play a best of 3 against them and see how it goes.
And Brooke, normally when a professional Dota 2 team plays a tournament, there's a little bit of scrimming beforehand, a little bit of practice, and OpenAI did that too.
Yeah, so coming out of TI, we played 3 other semi-pro and pro teams to kind of gauge where we were at, because for the most part, the AI is training just with itself. So it's a little bit hard to see once you put a human team in there if it's going to play the same, if it's going to have a lot of issues with it. So throughout the event, we'll talk about the other teams that we played and also go over how those games went.
Yeah, that will be very exciting to see, and also exciting to see how OG is going to do today, because we will have OG playing on stage against AI. What can we say about OG? OG, obviously, they won TI8. They are back with Anna again after a long hiatus. They have shown that with Anna back, they are also back, qualifying for the major blitz, looking like a very strong team again.
Yeah, it felt like they were. I mean, all respect to ILTW, who they were using as a stand-in, but it felt like they were just waiting for Anna to come back at some point because, I mean, this guy just completes their lineup. You can see instantly that everyone's a lot more energized. I mean, these guys won TI off of maybe the most magical run that I've ever seen before. Like, that was the underdog story of underdog stories for them to go through what they had to go through. They forced the Game 5 against LGD. I don't know how strong they are right now. I mean, they were able to go through, which I think is the hardest qualifier, make it to the major. I feel like they're coming into their own. Maybe it's a bad time for OpenAI 5 to play against them because I feel like they're peaking at the right moment. I mean, you saw right there in terms of overall winnings, No-Tail completes most of that, but $17 million for Dota, I think that makes them like the 2nd or 3rd highest team in terms of prize pool, so
They've
really good team.
definitely been some of the most storied teams. They had crazy runs during the major system when it first came out. They won the vast majority of those, and winning TI this last year was really the keystone that they needed to be like, we're probably the most winning team of all time. So it's very exciting to have them here.
It is very exciting to have them here, and I believe also we have them ready to take the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International 2018 champions, OG!
Now, I don't know about you guys, but whenever I see that TI8 intro of OG, I just get goosebumps. It's just, it takes me back. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here. And while OG is setting up, let's talk a little bit about the rules and regulations that are going to be at play here. Brooke, you mentioned earlier there are 17 heroes in the pool.
Yeah, it's identical. We took the 18 hero pool that we had from TI and we removed Lich. Is essentially how you make the new pool.
All right, and then item-wise, there's no summons allowed, so no Necronomicon or Helm of the Dominator. David, anything else to add in terms of rules or regulations?
That's basically it. So anything that lets you control another unit, we sort of haven't implemented that yet. We're sort of worried that it would give the AI actually an unfair edge by being able to control many things all at once. So
you're holding it back.
I mean, if it were 0 work for us, we'd probably do it just to verify, but we haven't prioritized it.
Gotcha. No illusions as well.
So. Yeah, so no illusion runes as well.
No illusion runes, and
maybe one other item.
It will be played on the current patch.
Yeah, the current patch.
Yes.
And what's the state of the courier? Because I know a little while back it was the automated courier, but now there's only one.
So originally we trained them with 5 invulnerable couriers, just so we didn't have to deal with it.
Yes.
And then very shortly before TI, we swapped it out for 1 courier. We didn't tell OpenAI 5, we just had them start training with 1 courier and see what happened. And they mostly adapted to it. And so at this point, they've pretty well adapted to playing in a universe with only 1 courier.
What do you expect to see here? What should we look for in a game like this?
Brooke knows I'm salty because during the entire courier talk, I was just looking at her. It's like 1 month too late. Because we had to play on it when it was like, we were fighting and then there'd just be like an army of couriers coming by with like healing cells. I was so confused.
Slightly different game.
Yeah. At least in this one, I'm not sure. It was really funny because we heard them discussing backstage what they were going to do, and it was remarkably close to what we had planned beforehand. Because obviously, like, the night before we had played against it, to give you guys context, we were like, okay, we know the restrictions and stuff like that. They gave us the rule set, but we weren't allowed to see it play. So we went through the theory craft stage. We're like, okay, what heroes are good? What's our play style? And I remember we talked almost like the same way No-Tail did. I'll just tell you their strategy because it doesn't matter. It's not like OpenAI, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't impact anybody.
Spoilers.
So they were just saying, like, so originally Moon was like, if we just cut waves, what can they do? And it was really funny because backstage, No-Tail said the exact same thing. He's like, if we cut waves, what can they do? And I was like, you might think that, but... And the way that they prioritize here, too, we thought that Necro was going to be, like, the next best thing. And let me tell you, it was garbage.
But it was also like 3 months in the past as the patch. It had gotten buffed recently or something
I think for the playstyle, though, it's going to not be as good as they think it is. So they're doing the same thing we are, where they take Earthshaker because we think that the bot sucks against Echo Slam, which we learned also, surprise, it can stop you from blink echoing.
Look at the percentage, though, something to keep an eye on. Before even picking up half their heroes, or more than half, they already have a 64% win rate against OG. Is that like their average against humans, or how do they get to that?
So that's their... Once they have a full lineup,
yeah.
they will know from playing many, many games that we've run a game basically with every possible lineup and saw what their win probability was at the beginning of the game. And this is just extrapolating if OG were to draft exactly like we would draft, what the lineup would wind up with at the end.
So they already think they have a 64% chance to win based on the picks so far.
So specifically with the Earthshaker pick there, they are still a little bit weak to Fissure, because if you think about the way that they think about the game, when they put down the Fissure and they realize that there's a block, they don't actually see that block, right? They need to kind of figure out that they're attempting to make a move and they're instead being navigated in a different direction, which is just harder to kind of realize when you're not seeing it, right? When the human player sees it, it's so obvious, like there is a wall there, you cannot move past it. So for them, that has been a little bit harder to pick up. So in the bot versus bot games, Earthshakers tends to be like valued pretty lowly.
And so this 64% comes from their training games when they played against each other in games with Earthshaker. So it might be underestimating the Earthshaker in the hands of OG.
Yeah. I mean, you have Jerax playing it most likely, and I think he
won some money with it.
Yeah, he won some money. He was probably the best Earthshaker at TI. But OpenAI also take Gyrocopter, who we figured out after, unfortunately, playing against it, that it was the best core in the pool, just because of what it does, right? It's one of the few cores that have actual catch, and it has a low cooldown ability to just consistently run at you.
And it actually has range. We actually laned against a Gyro, Shiva and I, and they would do like Maledict, and then instantly Gyro would flat cannon. So even though he's still like sitting by the creep wave, he's still affecting that lane outcome. So they basically, both of their 2 picks here are ranged heroes, essentially, that can affect anybody that gets out of position. Everybody can jump on him at the same time.
So we saw between the sniper pick and the gyro pick, there was actually a little pause, as if AI was thinking about what to pick. How do they draft?
So that pause is artificial, mostly because we don't we don't want to have to rush the human team and say, the AI picks instantly, and now it's your turn again, and you've gotten no time to think about it.
It was an accidental Crystal Maiden pick.
So
Back end, I suppose.
that's an early Witch Doctor. We heard them speak backstage. We felt like they were going to prioritize these two heroes pretty highly. They felt like the sustain from the Witch Doctor, plus taking it away from OpenAI 5. Because if you've seen the past iterations of it, what it's going to do is try to protect the wave, push down towers, and the healing aspect plus the cask as a catch. I think it's not just because there's no bans, it's also a deny pick as well.
I don't even think they're going to get the heal early. I'm pretty sure they prioritize Melodic Cask. I don't seem to remember the Witch Doctor healing much. Maybe when like the 5 career
They did
model,
when they
absolutely.
5-on-5.
Yeah, when they were all
When they were
grouped up as
pushing in,
5.
yeah.
Okay, so maybe it would help them end games a little bit better. But laning wise, it was Melodic level 1. They went for pressure kills as soon as somebody got out of position. It was definitely a little different.
Now, in Dota 2 at the moment, a lot of lanes are 2-1-2. 2 on the side lanes, 1 mid. Yesterday, we saw them go for a 3-1-1 lane setup. Is that something that is traditional, Brooke, for the AI?
Yeah, for their play, they really like to set up a tri-lane.
Yes.
It's not consistent though. With different lineups, they will try different things, and a lot of it takes into account what they think their lane matchups will be. But again, that's going to be based on what the AI's, like assuming that the opponent is an AI, what their lane matchup would be, and kind of like working off of that. So when you throw humans into the mix, they might be wrong about which lanes they want.
So they try to predict what their opponent is going to do lane-wise as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what makes it so interesting, because we ran 2-1-2 against it at the tri-lane. We died a lot. Earthshaker basically played between our lane and the mid lane, and he just waited so that he could always help out with the fissure if needed. Lots
a
of
little
picks.
bit extra picks coming out here with the Crystal Maiden and Death Prophet on the side of AI 5. I must say, this looks pretty scary in terms of, we keep saying that they are aggressive early on and they take objectives very early. Now, these heroes, they're going to be very good with that as well.
Yeah, I think the Death Prophet, we played against it yesterday. It felt really strong. It was hard to pressure in lane. It's hard to do stuff against. And obviously the ulti is just tower breaking. Like, it allows you a very natural vehicle to just hit buildings early on. And there's not a lot of heroes that do that. There's no Shadow Shaman or anything like that that allow you free wards or anything. And that's another hero that they talked about was the Riki. Because, I mean, I don't know how it deals with Invis itself. I mean, when I played against it yesterday with the Shadow Blade, I noticed that it kept buying sentries and it would buy dust. How does it work against Riki, who's Invis all the time?
They would also buy sentries.
It's just the same stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, last time you guys played him, the Riki was really effective actually, because they couldn't. I felt like they were a little bit weak to ganking. They're not always very good at reacting to like chaotic movements and pressure. So I feel like Invis heroes like Riki could be effective for OG.
Let me tell you, if you're not used to chaotic Dota, then you're not prepared for OG.
That's true.
I mean, who knows what has been happening in the matches that they played against each other, right?
This is a 4-core lineup for OpenAI, I think.
It is. I don't know what their plan
support,
is.
maybe?
Sven support? I mean, they don't think in that, in that way. So it's not like we need a support. No, they need something nice.
We do often see them, if you look at net worth distribution at the end of the game, they much less frequently have the sort of 3-core, 2-support structure. They're all sort of more similar to each other.
Okay.
Very, very selfless team.
Yeah.
All right, so the draft is done. We see the percentage there. And I mean, they only got like an extra, 3% off the back of 5 heroes picked.
Which means that OpenAI agrees with what OG has picked, right? You see that the Riki and the Shadow Fiend didn't increase OpenAI 5's chance at all. So OpenAI 5 thinks those were exactly the right choices for OG.
But where they messed up was the first pick Earthshaker, essentially. That they felt, because it started off as a 65. I believe in some of the closer matches when you guys played them, you could start the draft off around 50 if you picked the right heroes.
Yeah.
That's right.
So if they had picked one of their earlier picks, it likely would have started closer to 50%.
Okay.
All right, guys. Game number 1 of this best of 3 is gonna start, and it's gonna start real soon, and it's gonna start with the voices of OD Pixel and Capitalist.
OpenAI 5 versus OG. Game 1.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, I'm OD Pixel. I'm here with Cap, and we're ready for this game 1 of OpenAI 5 versus OG. We've just seen the draft, Cap, and some of these heroes that we're seeing from OpenAI, we've seen before in the past, haven't they? They've got some good good heroes. There's sort of Gyro, there's Death Prophet, there's going to be a lot of group up and go, and this is what we've seen in the past OpenAI be very strong at, this old 5-man Dota.
You know, when Blitz was talking about like, how we were listening to OG and then we had some similar thought processes, there was like 3 heroes that came up that were really important to me. OpenAI was Gyrocopter and Earthshaker. Both felt like really strong, both for them and against them. And then there's a hero that's missing, which is Necrophos, which we thought was actually going to be very good, which turned out to be absolutely terrible, just based off of the meta, in part because Gyrocopter was so good at the time. But other than that, I don't know. I guess with, like Crystal Maiden, I remember there was, because of the lack of stuns, the long-range Crystal Maiden slow was actually quite strong at the time. We see here, this is going to be the OpenAI. We're going to see how OpenAI is thinking about where they're going to be going. So this is going to be showing like green lines to show what lane they're going to be heading to and where they want to go in the future, basically. And then we're also going to have little health bars underneath each one of the heroes. That's going to demonstrate what the AI thinks about their current situation and how likely they are to be able to get kills, how likely they are to die. So if you see a super red bar, pretty much means they're done for.
Oh, and already up top, the action's kicking off as OpenAI will claim first blood. No tail is to be caught out here as the 2 teams meet head to head at that top rune spawn.
So Thompson, this is going to be definitely the tricky pick, right? Is whether or not OpenAI is able to adjust to the Riki and how well they do with invisible heroes.
I mean, overall, sort of looking at the lineup that OG has here in this game one, can you sort of see what their sort of game plan is against the OpenAI? Do you think this sort of approach makes sense?
Well, I was a little bit surprised because OpenAI, at least when we faced against them, they would typically tri-lane. And so I thought they were going to be running the Riki into the tri-lane and just say, okay, we've got this off-laner that can survive pretty... Oh, jeez. Look at that.
That's already gone up quite a bit since the drafting phase.
The trash talk has already begun.
Absolutely. OG, of course, sort of the ultimate team in using the all-chat functions to tilt the teammates. We'll see if it works out here against the AI, as the AI is ready to step it up to a similar level.
So yeah, instead they're running Thompson Riki in the mid lane up against the Death Prophet, and then they're dual laning, putting the Viper with the Earthshaker at bottom against the Gyrocopter Crystal Maiden.
Okay. I mean, I guess on this bottom lane, it's sort of nice in the sense that it's very hard for OpenAI to kill these 2 heroes, right? Any sort of aggressive play comes out, Fish is going to be there to hold them back. As top lane running this side lane SF, something that we do not see normally, but something that OG feels could be strong against the AI.
Look at this. They're already setting up, like, they're cutting creep waves, right? They talked about, like, this is probably going to be the best way to do this. Obviously, the off lane is the best lane to be able to cut the creep wave just because there's so much space. So they're trying to do that very early on. I expected maybe they would wait till level 2 Nether Toxin. That's where, classically, in the Dota meta, we've seen, like, mid-Vipers. They'll pick up level 2 or level 3 Nether Toxin, start jungling. We're going to have a similar idea here, I believe, with OG in their bottom lane.
And we're seeing already in the mid lane a very good start for the Thompson Riki. Has that 9-for-4 against the 5-for-0. But of course, one thing to remember with the AI, it's not necessarily the mechanical functions as the CS that wins them the games. It's the strategical gameplay that can come out of even a laning stage where they do not get the maximum amount of potential farm. It's the moves that they'll start to make afterwards, which will catch them back up, despite Thompson getting that better lane at the moment.
So we've already got some warding down from OpenAI. Apparently seeing all the creep cutting that OG was doing, they wanted to get some vision, more vision, around that jungle area. And the Crystal Maiden is actually just kind of like jungling away with the healing cell, but isn't using Frostbite to kill the bigger creeps.
I guess, this normally happens when they don't get mid. They'll turn to the jungle. As he's going to be found out here, though, by the Shaker. Jarex, of course, coming in, and is going to be able to put a bit of a stop to AI getting that jungle camp for now. As, he knows what the CM's plan was. And CM really wants to go back to those creeps. But Jarex will make sure that she will be unable to do so for now, leaving Seb on his own down bottom.
Looks
but
like
he
they should be able to kill the Crystal Maiden, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, they set it up. Thompson rotates over and didn't see that coming. That's exactly the point. They've got a Riki mid. How could she see that coming when he's invisible?
Yeah, so far the Riki looking to be a great pick to start the game off with. Bottom lane, Seb with that space. He's top CS now as the Viper. CM is going to be quick to come down to this bottom lane, but again, Jarex is on the hunt. Another TP will come into their bottom lane from the sniper. AI bringing him back up. At the same time, AI is going aggressive up top. OpenAI diving past the tower. They'll find Notail, but they dove pretty deep for this, the OpenAI, as the reaction will be there from OG. They have both the combo of the SF and the Shaker to bring down the Gyrocopter. So aggressive plays from the OpenAI, but it does end up in a trade that favors OG on that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things is that they so aggressively pushing into that bottom lane, they force the rotation of the sniper, right? I think that's what OG's plan is going to be quite a lot. We know that OpenAI likes to be able to defend their towers quite a bit. They will oftentimes, what we look at it from the human perspective is over-rotating, bringing too many heroes to defend a tower. That's going to be something that I think OG will try and exploit, and we'll see whether or not it works for them.
And look at this, how deep Seb is skipping these creeps. He should pay with his life this time, and he will, as the CM is able to put a stop to
no, all those
cutting
creeps
the
are
waves.
so low, too. She might actually just deny the whole entire wave.
She did certainly got a couple, yeah.
I bet Sniper will finish the rest off.
Yeah, OpenAI Sniper getting a lot of space down bottom. Still back towards the mid. After Thompson sort of made those plays around, OpenAI's Death Prophet has caught up in farm. It's now very close between the two. You see Jerax, he's going to look for a wraparound on mid. The setup's there with the Fisher. OpenAI's blocked in. Nowhere for the Death Prophet to run, as that will be another kill here for Thompson on his Ricky. Top lane, back towards more action. OpenAI once again looking to dive in deep past the tower with this Gyrocopter and Sven combination. They've got the Voodoo Restoration though, OG. Notail keeping the two of them alive as OG's able to turn, bring down the Sven. Still though, trying for this SF. Gyro desperate for the kill, but he cannot find it.
Gonna get it.
As with the Fisher and the heals from Notail, this SF just won't die. Anna stays alive, and OG again able to hold on despite the aggressive plays from the OpenAI on that top lane.
Yeah, I think OG's is really, they came up with a couple of really good ideas. They run Riki mid. First of all, you've got superior last hitting because of backstab, amplifying your damage so you can get last hits as well as denies in there. The Earthshaker rotating over is perfect. And so many times it looks like OpenAI is just caught unaware by these kind of these rotations because Jerax is hardly on the map at all. He's not really showing in bottom or top lane very often. He just all of a sudden appears, fishers something, and it seems like OpenAI is struggling to be able to keep up with that.
Yeah, he's having a huge impact so far on the Shaker, and you can see why OG wanted to favor it so much as an early pick in the draft, as they have made these fantastic moves so far across the map.
And then another one is the Voodoo Restoration choice. Picking up the Witch Doctor. We've seen how the harassment, OpenAI is super good about being able to do that, and the Voodoo Restoration is cutting a lot of that out and making these fights go their way.
And we're going to see the AI going this time with the help of the CM. They're looking to lead in onto the SF. Notail's there, though. Again, as you mentioned, this Voodoo Restoration just making it that little too hard for the AI to instantly kill the SF. They'll get another stun out. He's still alive, though. Finally, they get that kill onto Anna. They will finish off the Shadow Fiend. They're trying to see if they can find even more, potentially the OpenAI, as it looks towards Notail with the Rocket Barrage. The Gyrocopter finds another. This time, the OpenAI is getting away with the aggression up top. They realized it wasn't working with just the Sven and the Gyro, so they add in that Crystal Maiden, and it makes all the difference.
Yeah, they made the adaptation, right? They were like, okay, they just keep on running these heroes at top lane. Let's outnumber them. Really good play by the Gyro AI as well, healing, salving underneath tower, recognizing that he wasn't going to be taking any damage. Witch Doctor is just trying to run away from him, so he makes sure that for the combat, he's full health.
I'm going to see OG try and strike back a little bit. They do get some good bounces here, but a quick stun from the Sven holds back OG from being able to follow up with any more raises onto the Gyro.
And I'll tell you, Owen, I remember from experience, we thought the cast was going to be good. The paralyzing cast was going to be good against the AI. It is not. They know the spacing so well.
Oh, another great setup here in the middle lane. As once again, it is Jerax on his Shaker. Sees a Fisher opening opportunity. Thompson even baiting them, hanging around very low. Back up top. More aggressive plays will claim another kill for the AI as they bring down Notail.
Little bit surprised they didn't try and dive that Shadow Fiend, but I guess the Gyro did not have the mana. Oh, the Crystal Maiden. Oh.
Thompson with a quick jump away will make sure that he doesn't go down in response.
And I can't help but thinking if he had just Frostbite, you know, instead of like actually being able to have that disarm against the Riki, may have actually gotten the kill on the Riki and Crystal Maiden surviving.
I'm going to see a little bit of an attempt from the snipers to punch back, but that's normally that's one of the scariest situations, because in places like that where you say the OpenAI could have killed you, there's a reason why it didn't. You were not worthy of it spending the resources. In the long term, it's got a bigger plan, and And killing you at that point won't do anything for them in terms of winning the game, so why do it?
It's going to get so much scarier once the gyro is level 6, because we see that so many times they spam out the heat-seeking missile, and you think you're far enough back, you're like, I'm probably far enough back, this is going to be okay, and then it ends up diving you underneath the tower in a large part is because of how much damage the ultimate does.
The Jarex, though, he is trying to set up here with the Invis rune, gets the Fisher out onto the two of them. There's already a missile out onto No-Tail. They did get the Maledict out onto the Gyrocopter, but he's able to back away. OpenAI will not be caught out by that Invis play from Jarex. He does at least stop anyone from going down. Maybe the CM will fall, though. Thompson's also coming with the rotation. Another stun used by the Sven to keep the Crystal Maiden safe. As they'll back up to the high ground. OG are attempting to chase, jump forward, and another Fisher. Out onto the CM with Tricks the Trade. They'll get the kill. Paralyzing Carscat as well from No-Tail. As OG aren't done yet, they're trying to chase 4 more, looking towards this Sven, but they cannot finish him off. He's still got a stun available if they dive any further. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Gyro is able to clean up the kill on Seb.
Yeah, Seb just keeps on doing the same thing, cutting the creep wave, but the AI is responding in kind. They just sometimes bring one hero over, kill the Viper, and protect their tower. Like, though, you see that we've got Crystal Maiden now down there dealing with the creep wave as best as possible. She is not afraid of tanking it to make sure that the tower doesn't take any damage. It seems like the objectives, the AI places them in very high regard and refuses to let any chip damage happen.
See up top, another attempt to set up here from Jarex, but it's going to have to be a defensive one as Thompson jumps away, nearly dies there to the Crypt Swarm from the Death Prophet. It's not quite enough, so Thompson will survive. Bounty runes are to spawn, and we're going to see, as it seems, both sides are going to be able to claim 2 each. But 10 minutes in, 8 to 9, less than a 1k lead here at the moment for the AI. It's an incredibly close start to the match. Thompson once more, going with the Tricks to Trade. Death Prophet tanking a lot of these hits. He's now going to try and turn. Does have the Siphon onto Thompson.
Okay.
Has not got mana for a Crypt Swarm, but the Siphon doing quite a bit indeed. Seb is there by the side of Thompson. It's going to be...
That's the wrong one. Okay. Now,
oh, there we go. Did find the sentry
good.
down, but Thompson's already out of there. So he will be okay. Does have to be a little careful with the sniper around. Assassinate available if he does show. Seb, again, playing very aggressively, very deep past the tower. OpenAI is going to have something to say about this one. As they'll come in, Sven Stern holds down the Viper. OpenAI will get Seb once again for trying to cut these waves behind the towers.
So normally the idea in a lot of Dota is that you force the enemy to make these rotations, and the rotations just don't end up being worth it. Even if they get the kill, they're like way out of position or something. But you could see OpenAI is still sitting at a net worth lead.
Thompson.
Oh.
Got to be a little careful here. Still lucky that the Death Prophet does not have mana for an extra Crystal. Just actually jump in to take the creep there away from the Sven. Back towards bottom. This continuing push coming out from OpenAI will be responded to by OGs. They'll lead with the Fisher. They have brought in Anna as well on his SF, ready to charge forward. Already OpenAI realizing that they are outnumbered here. They will retreat back towards the tower. We'll see if they bring in any backup to try and fight this. As the Jari is getting gone upon, another slow comes out from the CM, holding back Jarex and Thompson, but there's a Fisher, another jump forward, as OG should be able to find it. Thompson nearly dies to that rocket barrage, but Thompson's prepared. As soon as the Jari is dead, he's got a salve popped, and he's ready to try and hunt for more.
Again, look at the objectives, right? I was going to say, this is going to be super interesting to see how they respond, right? There's a big dive going on the bottom lane, but there's no creep wave. The tower's not under attack, so they say, hey, that's not worth it. We're not rotating to save a hero. We're going to make sure we take an objective in that top lane instead.
See back towards mid Thompson, and he's able to chase down the CM. A big ult comes out. Oh, that's beautiful! Oh, the OpenAI Crystal Maiden doing it big time there, and in fact, they're going to get this SF as well. Anna falls. The Crystal Maiden going big, standing her ground, committing with the ultimate. She knew she wouldn't die. She knew she'd get those 2 kills.
Oh, we were talking about like, oh man, how well is the OpenAI going to be able to adjust to like the patch changes? Have they read it at all? Well, maybe it's OG who didn't read the patch changes. That armor for the Crystal Maiden saves her life, gets multiple kills.
They do get the tower. Sven is incredibly low. Seb's going to TP in and try and find this kill for sure. He'll throw out the Viper Strike. Instant stun from the Sven will hold Seb back in position. Is he going to tick down to the poison? He's not. The Sven will survive. And now OpenAI, they turn onto Seb. They'll get the Viper kill. Thompson and Jerex. They're still trying to desperately chase at least something here. Jump forward from Thompson, tricks the trade. It won't quite do it. The Jara is too speedy. He continues to retreat. Thompson is going to try and chase this down. He's got another jump forward, and he will finally be able to claim the life of the Gyrocopter. But already we're starting to see that difference grow. The 3K lead now for OpenAI against OG. Thompson is diving underneath the tower for this. TP was going to come in, but does get cancelled as they realize that the sniper is no longer under any harm. Maybe he is, though. Thompson continuing to try and jump in. As he's really going for this kill. Again, another jump forward, the silence down. He's trying to find it. Has he got the damage?
No way!
Oh! I mean, he'll get it, but he loses his life for it there. Thompson playing incredibly aggressively as the all chat comes out.
The sniper beautifully, right? He turns around to make sure he doesn't take the full backstab damage every single time. Right as Thompson's about to hit him, he just has that little bit of micro that makes sure that he lives as long as possible and does manage to get at least a counter kill.
Of course, whilst this time's going on, the Death Prophet has had space up top. We saw a few minutes ago she was able to push in with that Exorcism, take that tier 1 tower. He's actually going to try and chase down Jerex a little bit here. The backup's going to be coming in for the Sven. Fisher will stop the Sven from getting a range for initial stun, but he's still able to chase around it, and that will mean a kill onto Jerex. Now Sven still able to get out with that boosted movement speed. He'll escape. The Death Prophet's in trouble, though. They've got the Maledict down. If Thompson can find a few more punches with the help of Thompson, they certainly can. They do kill off the Death Prophet.
I thought maybe they were going to go for a Shadowblade build for the Shadow Fiend since they already had one invisible hero, try and exploit that as much as possible, but instead a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of players Anna's able to pull out with that. Obviously the speed that you can play with that Blink, the potential for sort of that instant sort of misplacement and for the dodging as well. Certainly these skills, such as the Sven stun that we've seen flying in time and time again, causing quite a few issues for OG when this Sven does decide to go in and initiate a fight. So we're going to see the Radiant Courier killed. That is going to be a Yule Scepter put at the side for now. As now, another move here from OG. They've found the Gyrocopter. They've also found the CM. Blink forward there from the two of them. They'll chase down a second. A double kill picked up by Anna.
Very big rotation, especially since it seems like OpenAI is not actually getting anything in return. It looks like they're going to be setting up for a push on the mid lane, and we'll see how OG responds, whether or not they give up on their bottom lane push. They're also getting a nice bit of weight here at top as well. So they could try and exchange 2 towers for 1 if they wanted to, but...
Cool is going to be made for Exorcism to be committed here towards the mid lane. As they've got that assassinate onto Thompson. Does end, so they lose vision of the Riki. Thompson's able to jump away. Seb does find the kill onto the Crystal Maiden. OpenAI only having the CM on our own on that top lane for now. The rest of the team are starting to swing around towards this top lane in an attempt to hold on to this tier 1 tower. Seb immediately TPs out. He'll cut the creep wave, gets away, as OG will back up as they read the movements of OpenAI and won't be caught out. But OpenAI at least do keep that tier 1 tower on the top lane alive as they'll stop the push. Back in the jungle, though, with OG forcing OpenAI's reaction up top. They know that the Gyro is pretty alone here. Thompson's trying to chase. They've got the catch with the Fisher, and with that double damage rune, Thompson will have the damage. It's going to be immediate buyback, in fact, from the Gyrocopter.
Oh,
but
he's mad.
It's a buyback for what? As OpenAI's Gyro cannot really get back in position to punish OG. OG's already out there. Thompson, actually, he's still trying to make a go. He's going to jump in. He's going to lose his life for that one. A very unnecessary play there from Thompson. Will cost OG that Riki. That's going to be Riki gone for 40 seconds.
So we see both sides are getting some team fight items. We have the Guardian Greaves for Seb on the Viper. The Vlad's is currently being built by the Sven for OpenAI. Doesn't actually include the, like, he has this Morbid Mask in his stash. He could have that in his inventory, but instead is waiting for the full-out Vlads. It is nice to see, though, that still, like, the 5-manning, at least from our understanding of Dota, it is really important to have those team fight items.
No doubt. He's going for a pretty, well, I say ambitious, but he has got the help of Jerex, and with that stun lock, that'll be more than enough. Does that mean that the Sven dies in another buyback? OpenAI does not want to waste any time off the map. They bring their heroes straight back in as soon as they die, when they feel that something can be done. And it's being asked for. They're being pretty silent at the moment, the AI.
Yeah, we have not heard about any win percentages in a long time, ever since that 80%. And this is, you know, an AI team that was once up about 3K net worth, now down. And it seems like OG has found a kind of pattern to take it to the AI, but they are going to lose 2 here, it looks like.
Again, very aggressive plays here from OG. Actually, he nearly gets away, but will not be the case.
That was smart. The gyro ran back to give vision to the sniper so he could actually get the auto attack in.
See in the middle, Jerax, Echo Slam's going to be used. Quick setup and another instant buyback. This team, OpenAI, will not stay down. They get immediately back into the game. As their Sven is in trouble. They're bringing back up. It's going to be a haste, but Thompson, he's able to grab it before the Sven is. In fact, though,
Frostbite?
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
They turn. OpenAI just looks towards the Ricky with the backup of the Crystal Maiden. They have that control. As they're back on form. It's a 95% here for OpenAI.
From our human perspective, this is an even game, Owen. How are they saying 95%?
I'm pretty sure even Dota Plus at the moment wouldn't be in the 90s, as this game does not look one-sided. It's very even in the net worth. OpenAI, though, feeling incredibly confident with themselves, and they are going to dive in past the tower. They'll look for the ultimate here from the gyro. BKB is there from Anas. He'll try and turn, but Seb, he's already fallen. Sven will make sure that No-Tail's pushed all the way back. Official will come out to hold them down, but OpenAI, they've got 2 more kills. Seb and Jerax fall, a third as well, as they snipe down No-Tail right up to the high ground. The Death Prophet has the Yule Scepter controlling Anna. Anna's sort of left on his own here to try and hold back, but there's the stun from Sven. Anna's going to fall as well. As OpenAI, they're into the base. It's 19 minutes in. They're taking the tier 3 tower. They're almost certainly going to look for more. As OG, they have 4 dead at the moment. Only a Ricky. And Ricky, not the best hero, holding back a 5-man push on his own.
You know, sometimes, Owen, we say that, the net worth is a little deceiving because we're going to want Chops to die as well. Sometimes net worth is deceiving, but you would still say, like, no matter what, like, this game is, pretty even. We'd say 60-40 or something like that, but the AI read that we have much stronger team fight. We also have the, 4 core that we were talking about as well. Jarek still does not have his Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, so there is just a lacking in team fight, and they understood that and just go 5-man down mid. Just take all the objectives. They can't beat us.
Just what a few minutes of gameplay there from OpenAI. I mean, we learned sort of 2 things there. First of all, don't underestimate the probabilities that they fire out. And if you're OG and OpenAI is being a little quiet, don't sort of bait them into any action. Because suddenly, I don't think we're going to see any more question marks in the all chat from OG.
No, I don't think so.
As now a 7K lead, a set of racks up. OG, you could see it. They were feeling very confident with themselves, but now they've got to get back on and they've got to focus if they want a chance to recover this game against OpenAI.
It's definitely going to be a heavy focus on split pushing now for OG. They've just got to, as many ways as possible, move the AI around the map, try and keep them from doing another one of those 5-man pushes. I think something triggered. Once they saw the way that the lanes were set up and how much stronger they were in team fights, they said, we can take an objective here, and that's what gives us the 95%.
We are going to see a nice cast bounce here onto the 2 of them, the CM and the Sven, but they're straight again. The CM holds her ground, pops the ultimate, will fall, but they'll get Seb in return. See if they can try and chase for more. They have the Exorcism out, but it's going to be a quick TP away, in fact, from the Death Prophet as they'll move straight back towards the mid. They've got their eyes on the Shadow Fiend, but with that Blink Dagger, Anna's able to get himself back to safety. Back in the jungle, Thompson still trying to go onto this Gyrocopter. There will be a homing missile heading his way, so Thompson cannot chase any further. The Gyro will be safe for now. I mean, I say that Thompson is still keeping on top of him. He really wants to try for this Thompson. The Gyro is pretty low at the moment. We'll see how far Thompson wants to dive. With Gyro up on the high ground, I think that will be as far as Thompson's willing to go.
We've seen the AI so many times, like Thompson will go invisible, and they're like, okay, it's safe to farm again. And Thompson's been trying to exploit that as much as possible, but this time, the Gyro will make sure to go all the way back to base. And from here, I mean, OG just has to keep playing really fast in the regard that what they were doing, like invading the jungle, just trying to split AI as much as possible.
So Thompson is trying for the courier, but will just be out of range. Then we'll be able to send over the CM her now completed. Forced up, Thompson will manage to get that courier once again, managing to catch it down the way back, but OpenAI are prepared. Sentries, dusts are out. And they've got the detection. Thompson will be able to dodge a bit of the damage there with the ultimate, but he'll come back down. The dust, of course, still upon him. He has got a silence, as he'll be able to juke his way away from the CM, but there's the wraparound. He's back into Invis, though. Do they have any further detection? Thompson's going to TP out into the tree line. Out he goes. He'll get himself away from that attempt by OpenAI.
And we see the difference there between the AI, right? Is that if the human was playing that Crystal Maiden, they would have just thrown out a Nova somewhere and hoped that they would have actually killed the Riki. I'm not sure if it was whether or not like Riki maybe was just high enough that he wouldn't die to a Crystal Nova, or again, him being invisible, just registering, not really knowing that they could kill him at all.
We're going to see the build from Ana. This game is going to be a very sort of defensive build. There's Jules, Blink, and BKB. Which, of course, he's got the Blink and the BKB done at the moment. You see in the middle lane, jump forward with the Blink, but there's going to be a response straight away with the stun onto the Shaker. They get the kill on the CM, but immediate buyback again from OpenAI. As they'll come straight back into the action, just in case there's any potential to look for those greater plays. As we're seeing this so many times, OpenAI definitely realizes that the power of early game buybacks...
Oh, they caught another one.
It's always worth it.
It's going to be Viper at the top lane. The Blink Dagger, they just put a homing missile on somebody, and then they just always have the follow-up. They know.
Back in the river, they're going to find the follow-up onto another as Ana is in trouble, gets peeped down here by the sniper, turns towards Jerax. I mean, it's 4 dead again on OG, only No Tail alive. He'll pop down a very symbolistic death ward as he is going to die, as there's the Death Prophet with the Siphon chasing him down. Assassinate's going to come in from the sniper. One more right-click will do it from the Death Prophet. OG getting team-wiped by OpenAI.
Look how low this Sven is. It's just like every single time they know exactly when to back out. So many times in regular Dota, somebody will get overconfident and you get some sort of turnaround, but the AI always plays it safe. They always know just to be able to push it to the limits and then back out at the last second. And I love the item builds as well. Like previous, when we played against them, like some of the item builds were a little bit curious, but they ended up working out. Here, like a lot of 4 staffs against a Riki, that is very obvious, right? Same goes going up against the Viper as well with this Nether Toxin on the ground. They know they just want to get out of this silence, out of this damage over time as quick as possible.
Now a 10k lead here for OpenAI. Shrines are going to be focused as they continue to just take these objectives away from OG, and OG is struggling to slow them down. We're going to see here, Cap, what OpenAI was thinking from their perspective.
Yeah, you could see they wanted to be able to go into that top lane area, and they're all feeling pretty safe. That's what those green bars are. And then they just kind of like end up running over OG.
Yeah, and we saw with the red bars there as well. That was them realizing that the objectives that were good to go. And indeed, they take that tier 2 tower as they lock onto it. As back top, Thompson leading the way, giving a bit of vision here for OG. Maybe seeing if they can set something up, try and catch out OpenAI as they back off. Thompson giving a lot of very, very important vision. There's the setup. Jumping from Jerax. Echo slams down with the force. CM, she's going to be forced to safety. They do lose the gyro. The CM's still alive for now. A TP out will get another back to safety. So what could have been a bit of a disaster only ends as the gyro going down. Everybody else on OpenAI gets out of there. They will lose their courier yet again, of course.
Oh, and it's not fair. It's like they've got a 9,000 net worth lead, but always like half of it is on a dead courier. It's always missing for them. Well, they do have them. Once they start getting some of the magic immunity items for the AI, we'll be able to see how they're able to do in these team fights, whether they get off their BKB before Jerax makes his kind of initiation. Now, this is interesting. In the replay earlier, there was in the top right, there was a Roshan pick.
Correct, yes.
And it goes to show like how they feel about taking Roshan right now, and how likely they feel it is that the enemy is taking Roshan. And one of the coolest things, Owen, for me, is when they showed that video, they showed a time where they knew the enemy was doing Roshan. The AI knew that Roshan was happening, but they didn't go and contest. They actually said, oh, it's better for us to actually just take over the map. And that's exactly what they did. They did what we see human players do all the time, which is they just shove out the side lanes. And they just pushed it in all the way to objectives and let the enemy team take Roshan, just because they felt like they weren't stronger at the time when it comes to a team fight.
Well, we've seen as well a lot of sort of talk from the OpenAI in terms of what core positions they're playing and how they feel that their roles are at the moment. And you can see on the board that they have the 4 heroes, really, that are very, very farmed. This Gyro and Sven and Death Prophet and Sniper all at sort of a similar level, whereas OG, of course, they have only sort of the standard 3 cores running at this point in time, even, of course, one of them falling behind a little bit. The farm for Thompson not looking that impressive for 27 minutes into a game, only really both Seb and Anna that have a considerable amount of farm.
Anna's gone for interesting build. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter, so as much team fight as humanly possible. We'll see whether or not the AI registers, because part of it is the souls coming back and healing you, right? So if he goes in, BKBs, gets that off, and he's taking so much damage, but it returns and heals them all up, that's going to be like just a lot of wasted resources for the AI. So we'll see whether or not they know to be able to, how to deal with this, what is going on exactly.
Yeah, very different approach with this SF. And it may do it. We'll see in the mid, though. Thompson is found out. The Sentry Ward's still there, giving them the vision, as that will be another death on Ricky. Thompson being caught out a fair few times now here by the AI. So they're more than prepared, and you can see no sort of holding back, as instantly as they recognize the threat, the attempt was used with that exorcism commitment as well. We'll see the AI move quickly to see if they can find more use out of the ult. As it is, they'll see a camp and take the easy farm. There will be action, though, back towards the river, as into the jungle. Anna is going to head forward. Fisher will hold back the Death Prophet a little bit. He's holding on to that BKB charge here, Anna. In fact, he's not going to use it at all, as he has the Aegis. He's going to prepare for the second life to see if they're going to need to use that BKB. As jump forward from Jerax.
Oh,
does get
nice silence.
silenced by the Death Prophet, meaning that Jerax has nothing to throw out immediately. BKB will be used here by the DP. It's about to end, so if No-Tail can find a setup with a cast, maybe they can go for this. They're diving pretty deep here, OG, trying for OpenAI as they'll go up towards the high ground, towards this shrine area, but OpenAI just keep kiting them up, keeping that distance, making it very hard for OG to get any sort of catch.
Anna is doing everything he can to try and get the AI to turn around and fight him. Like, he blinks so aggressively, it's like, hey, fight me, because he really wants to. He's got the rest of his team behind him. He knows that the exorcism is down, but the AI seems to know that too. They know, like, because this exorcism is down, we shouldn't be fighting right now. We're just not stronger than them when it comes to team fight. Same goes with probably the BKB usage.
Already OpenAI, they've found some more setup here as they'll go straight away towards Seb, opening up with the Yule Scepter. Seb will turn with a Viper Strike down onto the Sven. Gyro already heading towards the back lines of OG, making it hard for OG to get a team fight fully together, as once again, OpenAI putting a bit of a stop to OG trying to make a play. Now they're going on the Death Prophet.
Oh, what a
stun! With the ult. Can they get the kill? They've already lost 2 on OG. They will get the Death Prophet, but immediate, again, these buybacks being used, as OpenAI knows that it has the edge with the numbers. Jerax will throw down a Fisher to block off any attempted catch from the Gyro, but Sven finishes off Seb. Another convincing fight here for the AI.
We always say that Dota is like a game of mistakes. It's just too complicated to have a perfect game. And so you're always going to have some sort of mistake in positioning, and the AI is going to abuse that. And we saw that where OG moving forward, 2 heroes next to each other, the Sven with just the beautiful initiation, Stormhammer, and just cleaves through both of them so quickly.
And now they get the push on, immediately bringing the wave down on this bottom lane towards this tier 2 tower. They're going straight up towards that high ground. Exorcism pop, they're going to do a good amount of damage here on this bottom lane as the tier 3 just gets destroyed by the ghosts from the Death Prophet. The Rack's in trouble as well. OG, they're still without Seb for 25 seconds. Towards the mid, you have this SF trying to push the wave out, but he's got to pop the BKB Anna and get himself away as OpenAI. They'll kill off No-Tail. He's caught on the high ground. Anna will TP back towards the base, but still no Seb for 10 seconds. No-Tail now out for 40. OpenAI, they actually move away from that bottom lane before finishing it off, and now after getting the kills towards mid, they'll just continue to sweep around at top, take another tier 3 tower. Seb is now back in the game. He's got to be a little careful as OpenAI have a 13k lead. They are sort of an item ahead of their cause on OG. Silence comes out from the Ricky. There's the Viper Strike as well, but the BKB is going to be popped straight away. Jump forward. They'll look towards Thompson. Thompson forced to the side. Thompson in potential trouble. The Requiem comes out from Anna, but Thompson is dead. Both him and Jerax buying back, getting into this game. They're looking to try and chase. Jerax does have a blink available. He'll jump forward. Fish is there onto 2. Heads in. Echo Slam is perfect. The Sven, he blinked into it, but I say it's good. It killed the sniper. Is it going to actually get anyone else out of it? Sven, he's TPing out. The Death Prophet, he's TPing out. They do have the proc there with the Aftershock and that Enchant Totem to catch out the Death Prophet. As OG, they will manage to kill off 2 big targets. They obviously took a lot of damage to the base. They had to buy back, but they're finally able to punch back a little bit at the AI.
And this is where OG could definitely make the comeback, because we've seen the AI so liberally use their buybacks. We've got a death profit down for a minute and a half still.
This is a long time. It is a long time. We'll see how much OG can do with this window. As immediately moving down the middle lane, the build, as we're seeing, continuing from Ana, going for this refresher after the Aghanims. Making sure he can get sort of the, I guess, the consistent ult salves, the potential double BKBs and such. It's going to be a lot that the AI has to consider when it tries to play into this SF. Jump forward here from OG. They're trying to fight into this. The BKB comes out from both of them, both the SF and the Sven in response. Fisher will be used to try and separate some of the AI from one another. Jump forward though, and with the rocket barrage, they've got the damage to take down Thompson. They'll look towards Jarex. Jarex is going to fall as well. As the push put to an end there. Despite not having the Death Prophet or the Sniper, OpenAI feeling confident with just the 3 heroes being able to stop what OG tried to get going. Seb was trying to split push here on the top lane, but a missile is already inbound. It is going to be Lotus or back. Now continuing to just fight through the Lotus, popping the Frostbite. Seb now goes for the TP, knows there's no further ways to cancel it, and Seb will escape.
You know, I went back and looked at how the AI decided to take that fight, and it was Seb. Seb showed himself in the top lane, and the AI almost instantly jumped into mid lane because they said the Viper can't be here for X amount of time. And they just know that that's good enough to be able to take a fight, even though they're at a numbers disadvantage. Especially considering how big this Sven is.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen the entire game, the power that this Sven has in terms of just starting the action and also putting a stop to it. This stun, we sort of lost count of the amount of times that it's just changed the outcome of fights with the way that the AI has been able to just change how OG's been looking to go around the fight. Seb again going for sort of these suicidal pushes here, just throwing himself down on the bottom lane. He's almost certainly going to die for this. He does have the Lotus to remove the silence. The stun will get reflected. Seb, can he play his way out of this one at all? He has got a force to the side. Time's going to be bought for them there as the Death Prophet uses up the Viper, holds him in place. Seb will fall. But he's just doing his best to try and keep the AI away from the base. These players as well, they are forcing the Death Prophet to react with the Exorcism. Will mean that it's not there for necessarily high ground pushes.
Instantly using the BKB there, just on the first side of any hero.
You can see OG as well. They do recognize that. They are going to try and make a play whilst this sniper doesn't have that BKB available to pop. As they'll look towards the CM, they've got the vision down, they'll find one. Missile's going to be heading the way of the SF. Straight BKB and a TP out from Ana. He's got to get away, but they have the right-click damage to punch through him. With that physical coming out from the Gyro and the Sniper, that is going to mean the buybacks have to come out, and only Seb has his available. This is Ana down for 70, Thompson gone for 50, and Jarrett's gone for 40. As the OpenAI, they have lost their CM, but we're still with 4 heroes ready to go, ready to push. BKB back online for the Sven in under 10 seconds. They're going to make an immediate move towards the base, and OG, they're under the threat of being mega creeped here.
Yeah, I don't see how the 2 members of OG could possibly hold this off. That last team fight was pretty much the opposite of what we were talking about, where they show Seb in a lane and the AI reads that they can take that mid fight. Well, at that time, the AI instantly moved all from bottom over to that top lane. They were all running. One of them TP'd as the Crystal Maiden, and they just all kind of made the read that we can get there in time, and OG thought they couldn't because they're at the bottom right-hand corner of the map. They're not going to get here that quickly. But the thing is, the AI just instantly responds. They never take that next creep, you know? They just always move.
And here we have it now. So OpenAI claiming the mega creeps. OG, they may have one final defense in them. They will have the full team back up in 15. Jarrett's already leading in under the cover of the smoke, trying to start something, but immediate BKB is out from the Death Prophet, making sure that Jarrett's cannot follow Thompson into the action.
Apparently, Gyrocopter's done well for himself. He's been saying, I'll play the 4 position, I'll buy some wards and stuff, but he's now said, no, I'm a 3 position now. He's got BKB, Aghanim Scepter coming in soon. Even our Crystal Maiden, they talked about this on the panel, right, is that their net worth is never divided so heavily. Like we talk about the position 6, we make a joke about that, about somebody who's just only buying wards as a support and has no real items. That never happens with the AI.
Oh, in mid lane, just a commitment here from the Sven. BKB jumping with the God Strength. It may just sort of be the Shaker, but he knows that this Shaker gone from the team fight for OG means that it's so hard for OG to attempt to hold. 1 tier 4 tower already gone as well. As OpenAI, they've found Seb also outside of the base. Seb dead for 2 minutes. No Tail also going to fall. Stun there from the Sven. A snipe from the sniper. As Anna will try and do something, at least jumping in with a BKB. The first ult comes out. It will be No Tail killing off the Sven, as that is going to be the Sven dead for 2 minutes. Still, though, they had to be careful of this sniper, as he's doing so much damage towards the SF. Anna will fall. No Tail TP's in. He's got the death ward, but the physical damage from the sniper pulls apart the Witch Doctor. As OG losing hero after hero once again. OpenAI now with a 28,000 net worth lead. OG's Ancient exposed. Jarex will be there to hold the creeps off back towards the mid. They are trying to keep them drawn away from the Ancient, as both Thompson and Jarex are trying to take OpenAI's focus away from ending the game. Jump forward, Ted's, but it doesn't matter. The creeps are on the Ancient. GG is called, and OpenAI take game 1. And Cap, they looked pretty terrifying. It was close at the start, but one thing we've learned here for OG, their ult chat may have worked at TI, but maybe hands off the keyboard a little bit. Don't type any ult chat against these AI, as they will turn around with vengeance.
Oh, certainly. It seems like, when you think about playing against an AI, you assume that there are certain things that are going to be super scary. One of them is going to be like reaction time. Like, oh, look how quickly he was able to blink in and get that 2-man stun. Sure, that looks good. But for me, the scariest thing of all was when we were talking about this looks like an even game and AI says, no, we actually have a 95% chance to win this game. That's how superior, apparently, their analysis of that game was.
They were absolutely bang on. And pretty much from that moment onwards, it was them in the driving seat. OG trying their best. They tried something a little different. We see this sort of SF build from Anna, the sort of the plays from Seb in terms of cutting the creep waves. It's something different. It didn't work out. They've got to go back to the drawing board, and OG, they've got to try something different in game 2 as OpenAI taking the first game of this series, as we'll pass you back to the panel.
Thank you very much indeed. That was the first game. That was a super exciting game to watch. Like, doesn't matter who's playing that. Just disregard for a second that was AI versus OG. That was just an exciting hype match of Dota 2. But we're, by the way, also joined by Jay instead of Brooke right now. Jay, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you.
I want to start by asking David how he learned AI to trash talk.
So the AI throughout the game, it's always predicting what it thinks the probability of winning is. And it does that while it's training against itself in these millions of games. And so we just, whenever it crosses a certain threshold, we put a chat message in there. But it's important to remember that those are trained in games against itself. So if it were the case, what I was worried about was that OG was just so much better than OpenAI 5 that even if in self-play it had an 80% chance in that position, maybe OG would be able to take it to win from there.
It definitely made it more nerve-wracking, because once you call that you're going to win, you better follow it.
We're familiar with that concept, yeah.
All right, well, that game one, let's break it down. Let's start with the normal Dota way of breaking down. What did you think of game 1?
So I thought that OG did some stuff very right. Like the creep skipping at bottom, even though Seb dies there, I think the trade was worth it. Like, he was getting a lot of farm. I think he was messing up the CM's movement a lot. I felt like Jarex, especially in that game 1, the first 10 minutes, was absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
He was everywhere on the map. It felt like they couldn't really anticipate him. He was setting up kills nonstop. But at some point, and this is always the scariest part about playing against it, is at some point you have to take a team fight. You have to take a 5-on-5 to win the game, and this is where the game goes disastrously. Because it fools you into thinking you're a lot closer in the team fight than you are. So you think to yourself, oh, if we just change this and this, like, we'll win this next team fight. But what you don't realize, like, the gulf just gets wider and wider for every successive team fight you lose. It doesn't get closer.
Yeah, their ability to stay close in network was really surprising. Like, a lot of those early engagements they'd have, it felt like the OpenAI were running around the map aimlessly. It's like you'd have mid laners shift the safe lane. The Crystal Maiden would be sitting there hitting creeps. Someone else would be jungling. It didn't feel very efficient, but their net worth never really got that behind. So they were constantly able to stay together. And the opening that OG did have when they were up by like 3k gold, they had like 3 bad deaths and things went even. And then they had the one team fight where they committed Echo Slam and Requiem just to kill 2 heroes, and instantly it was like OpenAI was like, everybody get mid right now. And then all of a sudden the game was just blown away. It was like, it just switched so fast.
Are AI games always this kill intense?
They're often more kill focused than human games. You saw the buybacks that they do. They don't do that always, but sometimes they know that this fight is important, and we have to keep pushing the fight. And you'll see these team fights that last, a whole minute of people buying back and fighting and buying back and fighting.
And even if it wasn't useful at the time, like a lot of the times they would TP back somewhere where the fight wasn't going on. It was like they still got back to doing something. So it's like there was never downtime. And normally when you kill the enemy team, you can just go push a tower. But they just always were on the map. There was always 5 heroes alive, so it made it hard to get any. Like it took forever for them to take the mid tower, for God's sake. OpenAI, it was just always there.
Yeah, it's very good also at these like kind of drawn out big team engagements where it's not necessarily 5-on-5 right at the beginning, but all 5 heroes eventually show up and they move around the map and there's a lot of little fights going on. It's just really good at noticing when it has like a little local advantage and it'll turn around and kill a hero and then keep like positioning itself. And the fight might drag out for 2 minutes and the AI just kind of building its advantage throughout that whole time.
Yeah, they were great at that.
Yeah, they were on point with the fights for sure. We have, of course, a clip of those fights as well, the highlights. Let's take a look at what happened during that game. A lot of fighting from minute 1 already. Not really specifically about those big team fights, though. It was fighting whenever they saw someone out of position, it felt, or someone that they could take advantage of.
Yeah, OG was good at abusing it for the most part, but this is that big 5-man push mid because Requiem was on cooldown, as was Echo Slam, so it's like the OpenAI just felt like pushing. But they did always take good advantage of small openings. When they did see heroes out of position, they would know when to dive. That's what we experienced a lot, but OG definitely made it much closer.
I think this is part of something that we've seen with when the first time a team plays 5. I think 5 has a little bit of an advantage because you get surprised a little bit by how fast the 5 will recognize the situation and kind of take an advantage or push an advantage to get like a really good map position out of it.
So the surprising thing for me, the first time I played against it, was like I felt like it was inefficient in a way. And it feels like you should be able to take advantage of a lot of its movement. For example, OG knew that if you hit a tower, OpenAI 5's response is just to instantly TP as many people as they can. And you would think in Dota, like that's a very abusable situation, but they move so quick across the map. Like remember when we played against it, they would TP top, then they would immediately collapse towards mid. They were honestly like always constantly doing something, always moving around the map, always making very efficient movements. And you saw that in this game especially, like their dedication to keeping their towers alive, like keeping their mid tower alive. I think I was told it died at 33 minutes or something like that. It was so key to the rest of the strategy because it allowed them to just continue to filter heroes in and just throw bodies at OG.
That's a good point, yeah. If OG's more successful taking the outer towers, then it's going to make the response times an extra 15 seconds late and could make a bigger difference in some of these fights.
I think they really needed to focus on taking the mid tower sooner. Like being able to take the mid tower, I think opens up a lot of the map for you, and it makes it so that you're not so restricted with how you have to play. Because OG, honestly, the biggest issue that they had was they had to continuously push that tower out. At one point, they only showed 3 heroes in that lane. OpenAI 5 came as 5. They kill them, they wipe them, they take the tower, and then they continue on to the tier 2. If you keep your own tier 1 tower alive, you don't have to make those kinds of messy trades.
What do you think about like hero differences? Do you think OG should pick a different hero? Like the OpenAI predicted that the Earthshaker first pick was bad, for example.
Yeah.
But the heroes seemed pretty effective. Ricky did really well for a long period of the game, but at some point it was clear that he needed a Manta or a BKB to be able to remove silence, and he didn't have that option. Otherwise, he dies instantly. They're like, do you think they adjust hero-wise, or is it just gameplay?
I think Gyro should be higher up in the priority list because we felt that too. That whenever you play Gyro against OpenAI, your chances like get a lot better because it's a core that comes equipped with the stun. The call down I think is really good too. It has a way to creep clear. When we played against a game 3, remember when the audience drafted for us?
Yep.
So the audience drafted for us, they gave us Gyrocopter because we're like, please give us Gyro. They gave it to us. And the game felt so much easier because Ben was finally able to play Dota. He went like beyond godlike in that game because he could constantly pursue. And I think that's what makes the AI so unique is that it calculates so well, like, oh, we can just continue to go. It provides good burst damage. Like it's sort of the best do-it-all hero, I think, in the pool.
Is for AI, is Gyrocopter indeed that highly ranked for them in their games, or is there a certain hierarchy? Yeah.
We saw him in the last game. They took him, I think, second, maybe first.
So. It was like first. They got the Sniper and Gyro.
Yeah.
Do we then think that Sniper is also that high? Like,
I don't think Sniper's that high. I don't quite understand that one. But I told you beforehand, too, that I think Gyro's...
Yes.
I was like, from my base understanding of things, I think Gyro, it has to be broken in this. Like, the 2 heroes that we found in the previous one that were really good were Lich and Gyrocopter because they just provide good team fight and they give you good catch.
I think Sniper was really good in a couple of those key fights. I don't know if you guys caught it watching, but there's a moment where Anna refreshed and BKB'd, and he was trying to blink close to Sniper to make sure that he could gap close, but Sniper just turned around and attacked him one more time to interrupt the blink dagger. It was like they had it all planned out ahead, and Sniper allows you, if you micro perfectly, and you're always aware of everything, which the OpenAI are, they can always stay at a big range. He has a range advantage over other typical heroes. So when wielded correctly, that means you're never out of position and they're out of position. So it gives you more leverage, which is something they really like abusing.
So we saw OG a couple of times trying to bait out a fight and just hoping that maybe AI would jump on them and they could react to that. Is that ever going to work? Is that a strategy that you guys think will work against 5?
In my mind, one of the things it's best at is assessing whether a fight is good or bad to take. So, you know, my advice would be if you're playing it and it decides to fight you, it's probably time to retreat. And if it decides to retreat, then you can try to push and attack it because it just knows really well when to fight and when not to fight.
So I think the thing that they have to abuse is having, it's a vision advantage thing, common in Dota. The one fight that went really well for them was where the Ricky Thompson was scouting. They saw where OpenAI was. OpenAI did not see where OG was, and that allowed them to get a good Echo Slam. The fight didn't go like super well for them, but considering that it was them initiating for once in a good place, that might be the advantage. Just abuse the vision.
In general, we see a lot of these games, the way they go down. Like in the second game, the humans have had a chance to study what the bot's doing. They have a chance to think about their strategy a little bit, to plan it out, and they usually come back a lot stronger. And with a strategy that is designed kind of counter what they've seen from the bots. So I'm kind of expecting this next game to be even closer than the first one.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that the humans are great at learning, right?
Yeah.
After the first game, they're going to take some lessons and apply them to the second game. But OpenAI 5, the model is frozen and being essentially unfrozen separately for each game. So it has no recollection of that game that just happened.
Ooh, so they don't learn in between
They're not
these
That's
games.
right.
That will be very exciting. We also, of course, know that OpenAI has played against 3 other teams before OG. And we can see what their results were in the first game against Lithium, SG, and Alliance. And I believe those should all be tick marks.
So won game 1 against all 4 teams?
They won game 1 against all 4 teams.
Okay. For me, that's not that surprising. I feel like if it's the first time you play against it, it's going to be really jarring is the main thing. It's not like your typical Dota where people have these like farm patterns and they prioritize certain stuff. There's no jungle time, these like weird buybacks and just running at you nonstop. It's really, really jarring to play against it first.
Yeah, that's what we see. That the first game is often a blowout for the AI because the human isn't expecting it. It's pretty cool because you might have thought that the AI is equally surprised by the human doing this weird thing of not buying back and doing its laning and so on. But it seems like it adapts. It gets a little bit less surprised.
It's like playing Dota is about what you're comfortable with, and when you get put in something where you're not comfortable, your brain is adapting and reacting. Like when we played them yesterday, most of the time I spent it watching what they were doing and thinking about why they were doing what they were doing, rather than just thinking, oh, these are 5 real people, I'm just playing Dota. If I would have done that, I feel like I would have done better. So maybe OG will have that advantage going in the next one.
So yeah, because we are talking about what you learned from that first game and moving on to game number 2. What did OG learn from that? What are their changes going to be? We have, of course, 7 heroes that haven't been picked yet. I have a list as well as Necro, Razor, Tide, Axe, Queen of Pain, Lion, and Slark.
I think they're going to learn that the Viper wasn't a very good hero for them. I feel like they need something that at least prioritizes taking towers because part of the problem that you're going to run into is even if you win a team fight, you need to be able to capitalize. And the way that the hero pool works is there's only a few heroes that take advantage of that. So they need something that speeds up their gameplay rather than farms. Because when it comes to these like straight up 5-on-5 fights, that's what Viper prioritizes and is really good at. But that's also what AI5 is really good at. It's just taking these 5-on-5s.
And once they all got BKBs, it didn't seem to matter. Like their BKB usage was perfect every time. Viper Strike is about to hit, they pop BKB. So if they can punish that teamfight advantage before their opponents get blocking bars, maybe it'll work. But it didn't seem to like they had that option last game.
I think giving Seb something like Tidehunter and you allow him to do that creep skip thing, you know, you can just have him like frontline for you, I think would be a better idea.
There's a problem that comes with that, though, because as we just said, OpenAI is very about seeing something happen, and then the moment that something is down, like a Ravage, they know that they can press their advantage. And if you want to try to be able to answer all those pushes, you got to go for all the short cooldowns.
Yeah, I think so too, but at least Tide represents threat at all times, and I think that's what's really important here.
So have Tide, never use
Just don't use Ravage. Just hold on to it.
You can use it, but
you know about that.
The hard thing is you have to use it at the right time. You have to use it in a circumstance where you can kill the whole team. But the OpenAI don't present that opportunity. It looks like a great fight, but you maybe get one, almost 2 kills, but not 2 kills, and then it feels bad, right? So it's like you just have to somehow out-predict them, which seems very unlikely at this point. But maybe they can get enough small edges that it matters.
What do you guys think, Jay, David? What's AI gonna do this game? I mean, they're not gonna change, surely, but they are gonna react to what OG is doing.
That's right, and they'll have different heroes, and the situation will be different. So we'll see something different for them.
Unless we see the exact same picks, which is a possibility. It is possible. That'd be interesting.
I would be curious to see if there is a change of play, if that is indeed the case.
That's kind of a scary decision thing. If OG picks different heroes and does a slightly different playstyle, OpenAI is going to react completely differently because there's different stuff going on in the game, and then they might lose their learning advantage from game 1. So in some ways, they might want to do something kind of similar, but different enough that it gives them the tools they need to win. It's a hard question. I mean, they can't lose another game or the best of 3 is over.
It's one of the exciting things about watching these AI systems, I think, is that even when you have a very similar hero lineup, the early game will go a little differently, or they'll choose different lane assignments, and then the flow of the game ends up turning out very different. So I'm also very excited to see kind of what OG chooses and how the AI responds.
What kind of different style of Dota do you feel like this was compared to the Dota we've seen in official tournaments recently? This was a lot more action-packed, less focused on the lane. How much do OG need to change their way of thinking about the game?
Well, what I told them beforehand, and they were surprised to hear, is I gave them some tips. Sorry, I had to do it. I had to protect my guys.
It didn't work out.
I can't go 0-3 here. What I told them was, you're going to be surprised, but you're going to win the lanes. It's not centered around winning the lanes. It's not going to be completely perfect at last hitting. What it's going to do is, it's going to say whatever to the lanes. So they walk back on stage, and you have to focus more on how you move around the map. It's the laning phase. They were really into the laning phase, I think, is their first idea, which was our plan too. We were really worried when we played against it. We're if I go mid, will I just get dumpstered? Will he just get every single last hit? No. It's that at some point you have to take a 5-on-5 fight. How you take the fight is much more important than anything else, because your laning phase advantage is just not really going to matter against them.
So don't focus on the lanes.
It's the complete opposite of what people have been taught in Dota nowadays, because now it's, if you win 3 out of 3 lanes, the game's really easy to play. It sort of just plays itself out. Your rotations are a lot easier, but against this, it's the opposite, because I think they more or less want 3 lanes, right? They want mid, they want top, they definitely want top, and they definitely want bottom because of the creep pulling. So they were winning in CS for 3 lanes.
But the difference is that after the laning stage, that OpenAI can coordinate perfectly, they never waste seconds, and they also can predict where their opponents are going to be more often. So they have better basically map prediction and better coordination, and that means that the laning advantage don't matter as much because they are going to make and take good fights. So that's the big difference maker. It's the OG needs to win the lanes, and they need to do a little bit better in the early movements, and they need to have a transition out from that position kind of lineup, and that's the hard part.
Now, I also have an AI question actually coming out, because there's a lot of decisions that are made in Dota 2. In Dota, you have normally a captain that at least has the general guidelines and red line throughout the game. Does AI have that? Is there one AI that is better than the rest, or?
It's a little different. So there's one AI that's controlling all 5 of the heroes, and they've kind of been training that way from the beginning, when it was just randomly trying out actions. So you could think of it as all 5 heroes have just know what to expect from each other at all times. They kind of have seen the same situations. They know how each other likes to respond, and they're going to kind of perfectly coordinate.
So it's one mastermind that controls 5.
The way I would say it is, it's 5 different clones of exactly the same brain, and they've trained, like Jay said, they've trained each other for so long. They just know exactly what they're going to do. Just because, ever since their birth, everything they've seen is together. So you don't have to say you go left, I'll go right. We just both know that's what we do in this situation.
But they've played so many games that they have an expectation that their Crystal Maiden is going to use Nova because of X reason. Therefore, they know that they're going to follow up after. That's why they were always so coordinated, killing Ricky every time we showed.
Exactly.
Always this person first because it's instant. Then this guy follows up. Yeah,
exactly.
Does it seem to you guys that AI normally plays the same hero for the same AI? Because there's different ones, right? They're still called different in game.
Do you like assign which
Do they feel
slot
like
plays
Crystal
each
Maiden
hero?
would be played by
or
the same
is it
AI?
For the slots, I think you saw them like kind of shifting even over the course of the game what role each of them would play. So it's pretty fluid. There's no like.
But there's no signature hero for this AI.
Right. Like each of the 5 slots, it doesn't like say I like Crystal Maiden. I want to play Crystal Maiden. It's like you're number 1, you're number 2, you're number 3. You just throw them into the order.
And we don't impose any position stuff. We just have 5 exact clones. And it's up to them. You know, we saw in this game they chose sort of 4 cores and 1 support.
Yeah.
And they kind of juggled the 4 cores and support and stuff. So we don't do any external, like, you're going to position 1, you're going to position 2. It's just up to them to play together however they want.
All right, we are going to head into the draft of the second game of this best of 3 any moment now, and I am really curious to see what the priority is going to be. Obviously, we've talked about Gyrocopter. We know that maybe Earthshaker's not the way to go. We do have a change, and look at that. I mean, we started previous game off with 74% win rate or predictability
it was 60,
for 5.
64. It was like 64.
Yeah, 64, sorry. My bad.
And this
64.
time, 52.9.
Wow, so Sniper's really highly prioritized.
So, yeah, this means, in fact, yeah, the fact that it's 52.9 means probably Sniper would have been the choice that OpenAI would have made in that position, or maybe it's something that's very close.
It's probably like top 4. The fact that they picked it first 2, it's probably like Sniper or Gyro or whatever they pick here. It'll probably tell us.
It's cool that they were thinking about it and they're just like, well, you know what? OpenAI is right. We're just literally gonna take their first pick.
So one exciting thing for me is I guess that'll make the game pretty different, the fact that Snipers switch teams.
Yeah. We'll see how much impact it's going to have, and perhaps they'll figure something out. Crystal Maiden now.
So so basically last round they abused the opening Earthshaker pick with 2 super far rangers, and now they're responding to the Sniper with a Crystal Maiden, who was picked last round, but it was not the first priority. So a little different, and they do still pick Gyro. So. Okay.
However, the percentages are not changing for that.
That's true.
Yeah, so whenever the choice that's made is exactly what OpenAI 5 would have made, then the percentages won't change.
The percent probably doesn't change on their turn anyways, right? Because they already know, like, oh, we have a 52.9% way to win. We know exactly how to do that. You pick Crystal Maiden and Gyro here. So it's only going to change when the humans pick, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So they were expecting the Sven pick, but not the Earthshaker.
Oops.
Oh, no Sven pick yet.
But they do go Earthshaker
But
again.
they do go
Still
Earthshaker.
prioritizing. And interestingly, it only lowered their win rate by like, what, 2.5 here? Whereas last game when they opened the Earthshaker, it was like a 60-some. Maybe that's because they knew that, oh, we got the 2 best cores, the Sniper Gyro. Whereas now it's split. What do you think about the pick so far, Will?
I think Earthshaker Sniper is just a good response. Like, you have 2 heroes that allow you to play distance, and I think that's really important for team fights, especially if you're OG and like you really believe in your mechanical team fights ability. Then, I mean, those heroes make sense. And I feel like for whatever reason in fights, like they lack damage. They lack some guy that could just like hit nonstop. Because they went for the SF build. The Ricky couldn't really go front facing at some point because he just got blown up every time. And you had a Viper that also just like put in magic damage. Like they needed something that could just sit in the back, lay in damage, which is what OpenAI 5 does really well. The funny part about it is like when we played against it, it was pretty much just like, well, we'll do our own thing and we'll win. And eventually we figured out the most efficient way to win is just literally copy them and their picks, and then it'll just go a lot better for you overall.
Yeah, I mean that's some of the games that were played at TI, for example. They were swapping rosters basically, so it was an equalish game. And where the humans got the edge in that tournament was they would play slower games and they'd delay the game basically. They would just keep farming and keep farming because they were farming more efficiently kind of. They just kind of split push, avoided fights until they had a big enough advantage. All right, so there's the draft developing here. It was a Sven response for OpenAI 5, and then Probolus, aka Death Prophet, Witch Doctor, and a Slark.
I think there's a huge advantage though to, like I don't know how the TI teams would have done if they had straight up drafted against it, because I was the person that crafted the lineups for both sides, and I feel like I got a pretty close, right? I think I got a pretty 50-50 split with what I knew information-wise, and so like part of this, the advantage that it does have is its draft. Like it knows what heroes are ideal to the situation.
And it does say that Slark is a bad pick.
Yes.
4%,
But
5%
Lion was
off.
good.
Lion was good, yes.
Yeah, it's one thing we definitely see that the the human and AI choices are sometimes different. So when they draft against each other, they'll often both feel like they won the draft because they got the things they wanted. And then you actually play the game to see who had it right.
It's like that at regular Dota too.
Yeah.
So the Viper and the Witch Doctor were on the side of OG previous game. And this time AI will show them how it's done.
So it's better, right? What was the end percentage last game?
70 something.
So it was like 75 or something.
Yeah.
So it should be better.
Nice, we're going to do it this time. We've cut it a lot. 60%'s not bad.
It's not.
It's not bad. What do we think? Because we have a lot of disable coming out again with the Lion and the Earthshaker, and that's great. We saw that was pretty important as well. We have got pushing potential as well, but we do still have that long cooldown for the DP ult.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter too much, at least based on the way OpenAI use it. The thing I'm most worried about is the fact that Slark is not a hero that can just stay in his lane if there's heroes there, whereas Ricky could go invisible. They're not going to have as much detection. He could basically do whatever he wants. I think Slark is going to need more protection this game, and then he's going to need to get a Shadow Blade probably, and he's going to need to make kills happen. And Thompson had trouble finding solo heroes last game on Ricky. I think there might be a similar problem this game.
I think Ricky's different than Slark though, because I feel like Slark actually has a lot more solo kill potential before Ricky gets Shadow Blade, or before Ricky gets the Fusel Blade. Whereas Slark, I think what it really does for you is you can cut waves, which is what I think OG will really prioritize this game. Because if you think about it, Ricky as a core can't really cut waves. It's really slow, it's really inefficient.
Or
when you attack it creeps, yeah. Whereas Slark, you just cast your Q once, you get the entire wave, one hit, one hit, one hit.
So you can basically do what Seb did last game while still being a carry.
While having a carry and something that scales a little bit better and has a little bit more team fight.
Makes sense.
Because when you look at it like from a pure Dota perspective, Slark's great against Gyrocopter. He's good against these like single target stuns that you can just shuck off. Like I think it's a pretty good hero for, or at least I think that's why they decided to choose it.
Do you think they'll end up executing a similar strategy, OG?
Yes, I think they'll execute it pretty similarly. Like they'll use the Slark like they did the Ricky, but they just think it's probably more efficient because it can actually kill the waves faster.
And like you were saying, they want to use what they learned in the first game, so they want it to be similar enough that they can take their lessons.
Well, let's find out what they have learned in the break that they've had. It's time for Game 2, AI5 and OG with Capitalist and OD Pixel.
OpenAI 5 versus OG. Game 2.
And let's see what is going to change in the second game. We've had the different drafts. OpenAI a little less sure in comparison to as they were at the draft of Game 1 this time round. They certainly feel, as a draft, at least OG, they've had a bit of a better start this game.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree, seeing everything that happened in Game 1. That being said, I'm not sure what exactly this means, but Seb did all chat, we estimate our chances to win at 7. Now, I don't know if he means 70%, or 7%.
Just 7.
He's kind of killing, my faith in humanity right now. But we'll see whether or not we should be getting some action here almost right away.
Let's see what we're going to see around the starting seconds of gameplay as already. No-Tail is being beaten down a bit here by the Sven. Of course, last game we saw how well OpenAI utilized the Sven. They've got it once more. We'll see what sort of plays he can come out with this time.
Now, one thing we didn't talk about, the OpenAI does seem to put a bit of a premium on getting those bounty runes, and so do the pro players. So we actually had the bounties get split 2-2 for most of the time until the AI really started taking control of the game. This time around, they actually started with 3. So already a small advantage for the AI. This time around, we're going to be seeing a different kind of mechanic being exploited here. It's going to be the Earthshaker Fissure blocking to be able to pull back this bottom lane and get it as close to the tower as possible, and therefore feel a little bit safer against this CM and Gyrocopter lane.
Now, OpenAI for now, starting with the 2 heroes on both of the side lanes, CM and Gyro, and the Witch Doctor Sven top. We'll see how well the Slark pick is going to pay off for OG. Not an easy hero to play. In terms of just across the board in professional play and high-level play, this is not one of the most popular heroes to utilize, but you can certainly imagine with sort of the hero's sort of elusive capabilities, there are strengths and a lot of ways that Ana can outplay the AI.
Yeah, certainly. I think that there's like a couple things stood out to me for the OG draft. One of which is we have some pretty good team fight heroes, some good heroes to defend towers, especially in the Earthshaker and Sniper. We have a hero that can actually take objectives very well with the Death Prophet. I think that was something that was definitely lacking from last game. We saw how many times they would try and cut creep waves, but what the AI did was say, that's fine, we'll just tank the creep wave and not let any damage happen to the tower. Seb's in trouble.
Indeed, we see a quick heads-up play there from the CM, utilizing the Mango to instantly get the mana required for Frostbite. Seb will survive, but taking a lot of heavy harass here from this duo lane of the Gyro and Crystal Maiden. It's back towards mid Thompson. Actually, nearly dying here. In fact, what he does, the poison was too much. And there's 2 points there in the poison attack, meaning that Thompson ticks down and out of the lane, back towards bottom. Now going to have Jarex trying to chase down that Gyro. He has got less movement speed though, and the Gyro will be fine. In fact, the Gyro can turn. The missile's out as well as the Rocket Barrage. He'll chase this down. Mango's going to be popped, so he's got the mana for another Rocket Barrage. Fisher will push the Gyro away though. Still though, the continued chase here from this Gyro, he'll be able to look towards Jarex. Can he cancel the regen rune? He cannot, so Jarex will be able to walk away and get himself back up to full health and full mana.
Hey, that's one thing that the AI and the humans can't really plan around is the RNG of the runes.
That is absolutely true. And we're seeing, once again, in these first few minutes, in terms of the farm, people are coming out pretty even in CS. Down bottom, Seb's in trouble though. Gyro takes the kill. Seb did commit for the Crystal Maiden, but OpenAI taking the favorable trade, keeping their core hero alive and taking down the core of the opponent.
Yeah, I wonder how the AI reads that situation, because I watched the Crystal Main actively engage with the Death Prophet, and it seemed pretty obvious that she was going to die, but they are also going to be able to get a kill on Seb. I wonder if part of it is the Spirit Siphon, as like it just reads his resources being used, or if it just comes down to maybe the net worth that Seb has compared to what a Crystal Maiden is worth. Not really sure, but they just seem free to be able to make that one-for-one exchange.
Top lane, No-Tail did get taken down, as he will TP back lane, back down bottom. Seb will get, he'll get taken off the map. The Gyro, the CM, they keep seeing these opportunities to play aggressive, killing off this Death Prophet now multiple times on this bottom lane, slowing down Seb's start to the game.
Now, I don't disagree with the first pick Sniper, but I will say, playing against the AI, our experience, Gyrocopter felt the worst to play against, because Gyrocopter just gives you so much kill opportunity, especially from really long range. It's hard to be able to judge just how far away you have to run before you get hit by that homing missile. There's also a lot of magic damage burst that comes into it. The OpenAI always seems to read the situations perfectly, and so giving them the Gyrocopter does seem like one thing.
See, back towards mid. Both teams sort of playing a game of chicken here with one another, seeing who will push each other over the edge. Thompson will have the salve. And the OpenAI realizing that that dive would not be successful, keeps himself at bay with that haste rune movement speed. He's already got another salve ready and on its way out. Does have to be a little careful here on the Viper, as Thompson is keeping the AI very low. The OpenAI almost baiting Thompson in, trying to make sure that the damage trade is successful. Again, down bottom, another play. You see how low the Gyrocopter is, but he gets the job done. These two heroes just getting kill after kill onto Seb. He just doesn't stop dying on this bottom lane. This Gyro Crystal Maiden combo seems to be so strong from the AI.
Yeah, notice where their attention always goes to. It always goes on killing the Death Prophet, right? And part of that is because Earthshaker doesn't do anything for them past the Fisher usage.
See up top. Turn here with the Maledict onto Anna. Anna has got the Dark Pact. They do have a Viper in this lane as well now, so OG have to be careful. Again, the Gyrocopter just racking up these kills. He was able to kill off Jerax once more. As the chase continues top, Salve will be popped, but he gets cancelled here by the stun. OpenAI diving past the tower with the damage from the Viper and the Sven. They'll claim the Slark's life. They'll get No-Tail as well. The AI turning it up early here in this game too, as they are getting kill after kill after kill.
You know what's really cool about this is that Blitz mentioned, you know, he didn't really think that the Viper worked out very well for OG. That was one of the heroes that they should change up. The split pushing with Nether Toxin didn't really seem to be the play that worked to fruition. for OG. But here, the AI says, no, we're actually going to pick Viper. The thing is though, we're just going to try and dominate lanes, and this hero, apparently for them, feels best when you just go 3-0-2.
Absolutely.
No levels in Nether Toxin.
Yeah, this is not something that we see, this is not how Viper is played at the moment, but this game, OpenAI, showing us that you can do it like this.
And just look
sort
at the
of
way
old
that
school
he,
Viper stuff.
Yeah, when he would exchange with the sniper, when he ran forward at like 150 HP, like Thompson took like 250 HP just from one poison attack in Nether Toxin.
And Anna is having a very tough time here on this top lane as he dies once more. 6 minutes in, OpenAI taking this tier 1 tower. Already just getting objectives much faster than they were able to in game 1. This time round, OpenAI, they're certainly going to feel more confident more early.
And we heard the developers say, like, look, the one advantage that humans really have is they're going to be able to read the situation from game 1 and adapt going into game 2. So theoretically, OG should be able to make a stronger showing, but this game 2 is really just demonstrating that the OpenAI, with already apparently to them an 80% win probability, is just one step ahead when it comes to this different draft that we're seeing. Even though the draft was more even, it went down to like 60%, I think, whereas opposed to like 70 plus for game 1. Just the way that the OpenAI has played it against OG, a lot more dominant in the laning phase.
Seb, he's trying to kill this Crystal Maiden, but the Crystal Maiden is just baiting Seb in. The backups there from the Gyrocopter, and this combo that's causing issues for Seb in the lane will continue to cause issues as the game continues. Seb will try and juke it out around the trees. He's doing a pretty good job of it.
No way!
He's out-juked the AI. Seb will escape with a TP out. He's outplayed the AI.
Who knows? Maybe that was one of those situations where, you go fishing, throw one back in. Maybe that was the AI doing that. I've already got 80% win probability.
I mean, because that is the thing. The AI definitely would have considered at a point there as well. It's taking me too long. There's no point looking for him. I'm going to move on.
One of the big advantages was supposed to be the Slark having level 6 and maxed out Dark Pack and being able to cut creep waves while still being able to keep a high amount of HP and eventually turn into a hard carry. But still, just being constantly torn up every single lane he shows up into.
See an attempt here onto the Sven. These two heroes do not have the damage output to immediately kill him. They will find the follow-up wraparound kill towards him. At least they're trying, but with that Warcry out, he's able to run away. Another Fisher comes out. Surely this kill's going to be there, but no, a stun from the Sven holds back the Shaker, and he TP's out on 30 HP. OpenAI gets out of there with the Sven. They cannot get that kill, OG. And whilst that is going on up top, the amount of space that the Sven's created has allowed OpenAI to just push in as 3 on this bottom lane. And 9 minutes in, they're taking another tier 1 tower.
These early objectives, they're just racking up a very large net worth lead. And it's interesting that the Viper positions himself. He goes and jungles, but he's still close to this push at bottom lane. So he's still able to rotate in at a moment's notice should OG try and defend that tower. It just kind of reinforces the idea of, where we were looking at the bars and saying like, oh, this is the objective we want to take, but here's also 95% now. Here's also the probability of us being able to take that tower. Here's the probability of us dying. I'm sure the Viper being close by and jungling kind of lowers their chances of dying in that situation.
We have Seb here once more in trouble as the AI chases him down along the river. He'll try and turn and bring the Sven with him, but it won't be a success for Seb as another death on the Death Prophet out of the game. Seb having a very rough start in this first 10 minutes. As the AI, it's just hunting him down consistently. They knew from the lane that they had the capabilities to kill off this hero with ease, and now every time they see him on the map, they'll focus him and know that it's a clear objective that they can take without any difficulty.
Yeah, it's funny, like, when we were watching the draft, the Slark was one of the heroes that the OpenAI hated the most, that the draft advantage went up to the AI in favor the most. And we can really see why. It's just this laning phase is just so detrimental to OG as a whole because they're trying to get this core online to a point where he's able to run around cutting creep waves, but he just couldn't really get to that.
I mean, see there at the side, Jarrett's trying to step forward, but they turn immediately towards him. They have the Viper strike out upon him. Shrapnel's down here from Thompson in an attempt to hold. Assassinate will not get the kill off, and now again the CM goes for the ult, but they do have to disable. Hex comes out from No Tail. They'll kill up the Crystal Maiden, but OpenAI Viper diving past the tower on towards top. The Sven coming back in on minimal HP to throw that stun off, secure the kill. as OpenAI again getting the favorable trade, another tower taken. They are playing at a ferocious speed here in this second game.
That war cry looks so good for the AI as well, because they just always are popping it towards the end, where it seems like the humans are getting baited into going on certain heroes, but...
See the Wish Doctor there trying for a bit of a solo kill action onto Ana. Ana, has got to be careful as the creeps came in and gave vision to allow that Death Ward to continue hitting onto him. He is now 6. He does have that Shadow Dance escape capability on the Slark, but still so far behind in terms of farm.
So the bot probably read the fact that there was only so much range. He wouldn't be able to get out of range in the Death Ward in time, except for there was a vision, right? Once he loses vision, the ward no longer attacks you. So it seems like the AI didn't quite keep that in mind, which was, I guess, the human advantage there for OG.
OG, I mean, what's sort of their best bet in terms of getting back into this one? Is it just somehow trying to get farm on this Slark? I mean, at what point of this game will Ana be able to have an impact? Because at the moment, they're just getting picked apart elsewhere. We're going to see the Sven commit in onto Thompson. Thompson does have backups, but both NoTail and Jerax splitting OpenAI apart as Jerax will focus the Viper. Seb comes in with the TP. They have surrounded the Sven. OpenAI trying to stand their ground as this Sven, but he's stuck in the trees. They'll lose the Sven, OpenAI. The Viper's still good to fight, and they've also now rotated in the Gyrocopter. Seb caught on the front lines. Siphon will not keep him alive, or will it? He gets a second one out. It's a good amount of sustain, but surely not enough, as the poison will be there from the Viper. OpenAI getting both of the kills, as OG, every time that they try and make a group team play, OpenAI always responds, and they, with that lead, it's 12 minutes in to have 6k advantage. Their heroes as a whole are just too hard for OG to instantly take out of the game.
There is still going to be a pretty good high ground advantage for OG, simply because they have Sniper and Earthshaker. They said that the AI doesn't actually read Fissure as well as we do, so that may be one advantage, but if they just keep on killing Jerax time and time again, and then they get a pick off and then they immediately turn it into a tower, especially you see this rotation happening as the Siege Wagon comes out. I've noticed this a couple of times. They will play around the Siege Wagon quite a bit, and it's probably just because it's such a good objective taker.
And this is definitely sort of the games that we've seen from the OpenAI in the past, where 13 minutes in they get this lead. OpenAI as it is, they're not going to make mistakes. They're not going to throw away this lead. You have to outplay them. You have to outmaneuver them. And at this rate, OG, they're struggling to certainly do that, as they'll lose Tops and Seb trying to move in. But the Crystal Maiden, with that massive amounts of damage coming out from the ultimate, just stands her ground. 2 dead. There will be a buyback here as Topson trying for some OpenAI-esque tactics to try and bring the game back around. But I don't know how much this buyback's going to do for him, if they're still without Seb, as Seb just failing to have any sort of impact this game as the Death Prophet after a terrible laning stage against the Gyrocopter and the Crystal Maiden. OpenAI 14 minutes in, they're up to the high ground, onto the tier 3 tower. Ana will be able to jump away, doesn't even manage to kill off the courier. The Viper, godlike, diving past towers, killing off Thompson. It's a dieback from the Sniper. Seb, he's going to try and lead forward, but the cast bounces are out. Seb stands too close to Jerax. Jerax is in trouble as well, as he's forced away. OpenAI taking that top tier 3 tower. They're onto the barracks. It's only 14 minutes in, Cap.
It's just crazy. They just always put the Viper on the front lines. They're not letting OG beat back the creep wave. They're not allowing the backdoor protection to come back in. And anytime you saw, coming in from the side, they tried to use the Slark to be able to cut the creep wave immediately. OpenAI was trying to protect their creeps as much as possible to make sure that couldn't actually happen. They almost killed the Slark as a result.
15 minutes in, taking a barracks, an incredibly fast timing here from the AI. Jerax will fall as he tries to get some damage out onto the Viper, but the poison is too much for this underfarmed, underleveled Shaker. NoTail will try and get back. Seb attempting everything to hold them off with the Siphons, with the Crypt Swarm, but he doesn't have the damage. He does not have the HP to survive. Seb is dead. The rack's taken, and OpenAI, they are not leaving the space surely anytime soon. Well, they had to back up actually because the tier 2 still stands in the middle lane. They've still got that to take, but it's 24-5, 13k lead. The all chat comes out as they announce their positions. I'm surprised they're not all playing position 1, because at the moment, at the net worth of these heroes, it looks like it. OG are just behind on every single hero pretty much. Only Thompson is sort of in there, and he's only competing with the farm of a Crystal Maiden.
When it comes to once they sense they have an advantage and go for objectives, they min-max their positioning as much as possible. We're gonna watch Jarek's probably die again.
Yep, and almost certainly Seb as well. Jerax does not have the damage. Seb does have Ana with him, but this Slark only has Treads and a Wraith Band. There's nothing he can do. He's got a Shadow Dance popped. He will be able to steal up a bit of Essence Shift, but the cast bounces out onto Notel. Stun as well, out onto the Slark. Triple kill for the OpenAI Viper. Thompson, he's desperately looking for this Crystal Maiden, but the movement's here with the Shadow Amulet, dancing herself away, utilizing the invis to make sure that Thompson cannot get that final hit on her, continuing to use the Amulet, getting away out of this. Thompson, can he find this? He does get the vision for the Assassinate, but there's the disable. The stun comes out from the cast, cancelling the Assassinate. The Crystal Maiden kept safe and alive. OG, they cannot catch a break this game. This is pure domination from OpenAI, start to potentially an early finish. 17 minutes in, there looks like there's very little chance of OG turning this one around. They will find the Witch Doctor pushing out alone. They may be able to at least claim the life of a Witch Doctor. Can they get more though? No, the Crystal Maiden again using the ult. Enchant Totem comes out with the Aftershock, does cancel the ultimate from the CM. Finger comes out, but it's not enough damage to kill off the Crystal Maiden. There'll be buybacks from both sides. Notel gets back in, so does the OpenAI Witch Doctor. As OpenAI wants to continue the aggression, the Gyro up onto the high ground, past the tier 3, past the barracks, playing so aggressive here. Seb has to be careful of potential wraparounds. They're pushing in both lanes at the same time, the AI. Both the middle lane and the bottom lane under threat. Also, the team as well of OG getting dove upon, up past the tier 4s. Anna's trying to come in. OpenAI, they're low, but they have the heals. The Voodoo Restoration from the Witch Doctor, meaning that OG cannot finish off any of these kills. Anna will fall again on the Slark. He has got a buyback. He will use it. But OG, they are just crumbling and getting entirely crushed here in this game too. It looks like there's very little chance for them to play anything back in response, as once again, AI just collapse onto OG. They cannot fight back at this point. Their heroes, their draft, it does nothing when OpenAI's heroes are this far ahead.
Just watching that Witch Doctor be so far forward and still seeing the exchange be so worth it for the AI. It's just unbelievable, the fact that they were orange bot imbalanced, huh?
And this
Viper's just...
Viper's strong, but this was a Viper. This weren't your jungle Viper. You know, this was he was a proper player this game. He was making moves. He wasn't doing what you'll see sort of the Samaels of today do. He's playing in the action, in the lanes. This ain't no AFK jungle. Seb's calling out the Smurfs. But OpenAI...
I mean, between the poison attack and the corrosive skin, right, it was just so hard for OG to be able to fight against that. Like, they put the Viper on the front lines always, and they just couldn't sit back and just, you know, use the Sniper and the Earthshaker to be able to kill creep waves and then have the Slark cut. Like, that was the ideas that OG was hoping for, but none of that was really possible with a Viper being this over-farmed and always forcing the fight.
I mean, if they can get this kill, it would be an absolutely huge run. He's 18-0-9 at the moment, but they cannot. They do not have any sort of damage to beat down this Viper. As once again, OG just getting absolutely floored in any attempt of a team fight.
AI, like, they never...
The trees come out. The offerings as well of mangoes to try and keep the OpenAI at bay. As OG almost certainly conceding here in this game too. I mean, 40-6, 19 minutes in. I mean, we have not seen OpenAI look this good. This is such an improvement over time from all the events in the past, the build-up. At this point, OpenAI are looking to play at full power.
Yeah, it just looks fantastic. I wonder, do they have a force staff or
if
something
they get
to save
this
him?
kill, it's worth so much.
Are
But
they
they're
even
not
going
getting
to,
it.
Owen?
They're not getting
Can they
it.
even do it?
This Viper will not die.
Every single time you think like, oh, this hero, he's too far forward. He's too low. He's like gonna get picked off. But there's always enough heroes behind him. Like, even in that situation, they were all the way over by the shrine, but they know that the Viper's just gonna take so long to eventually die that that they could be there in time.
And with the Ancient falling, there is no hope here for OG. They have a fortification. But with Ana dead, 41k lead. They're asking for the finishing blow to come in from the OpenAI, as OpenAI almost playing around with them at this point. Finger attempted onto the Gyro. The stun from Notel misses. Thompson's AFK. He's had enough of this one. As the Ancient will fall, and that is GG, game over. OpenAI taking game 2, taking the series 2-0. But honestly, this second game in particular, this is a fantastic example of something that, as a player of Dota 2, as a professional, you watch how OpenAI just absolutely crushed this 20 minutes of gameplay, and there's got to be a lot to learn from the way that they played this game.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's, especially like positioning-wise, them always being able to read, to play around each other, right? Like, the AI plays a true 5-man. They actually do not do a whole lot of splitting up after the laning phase. They just always kind of play around each other. At most, maybe there's like a 3-man squad and a 2-man squad, but every single time you think that there's a hero that's like out of position, there just always seems to be enough backup behind him to take the fight.
Sort of OG, as we see, just looking to be in sort of shock after that game. One of the quickest beatdowns they probably ever had in Dota 2. 20 minutes of gameplay that they just could not get themselves in. I'm sure they want to try and have another go, but as it stands, that is it. It's 2-0. OG will not take this series. A big success here for OpenAI 5. But there we have it. Of course, so ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for OG, though, for coming and trying their best. It was not good enough, but they tried. They certainly did. But OpenAI 5 stepping it up here at another event and playing at a level that we have not seen from them, and I don't think we've seen from many other teams, as this OpenAI looks to be unstoppable, Cap.
Truly incredible that the growth that they've had.
It really does. And with that, we'll pass you back over to the panel for a wrap-up of this incredible series from OpenAI.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. That was a bit of a beatdown there in the second game. As said before, by the way, this is a 3-part event, so you don't want to go anywhere just yet. But we are going to break down that second game of the series. 2-0 in favor of AI 5. And there was... We talked at length about all the changes that could be made, and all the focus should be on buildings and the fights later on, and lanes not that important anymore. And we were wrong.
Dude, I wasn't. I knew 100% that OpenAI 5 was going to win.
It was a Slark pick, in my opinion. It's a very similar thing that happened in your best of 3 when you guys played. You thought like, oh, we'll just pick this
we'll
other
get to a
hero
certain
that we
point.
think is good. But the problem is that they can't lane because they don't have range. They always need a buddy, and all that took was like a Witch Doctor going into Anna's lane, and you just maledict him and attack him a little bit, and you had to walk away, and you have to come back and get regen. He just can't stay in his lane and guarantee farm, so he didn't even get to get into the game. Whereas in the first match that OG had, they didn't have those problems. They had ranged heroes. They could get their last hits, but they had mid-game problems. So this game, they messed up their early game to hopefully play good late game, but they didn't get there. That's the problem.
The thing that I like to see was that OpenAI 5's strategy really reflected that. Like, I didn't even know the heroes well enough to know what you just said, but I could tell from OpenAI's play that in game 1, they were sort of holding back, waiting for the moment to strike, and when the time was right, they attacked. And this game, they're just like, boom, here we go. We're going to win the early game and not let this game go to the late game.
Yeah. They didn't get anything done with the Slarks.
They did not. It seemed like they knew from the get-go that they were at least having the advantage early game, and they definitely capitalized on that. Jay, before, AI, we knew that they were doing well against other teams as well, and you guys said that the first game of the series normally that's when AI crushes their opponent, and the second game will be a little bit more even.
That's not, I guess, how it worked out, but I guess even though we won the match, I feel like we're honestly just really thrilled that we got the chance to come and be on stage with OG, who we know is just a really amazing team in their own right. And to be able to, over the course of this last year, get the bot to get 5 to the point where they could sit on this stage and play and have this amazing result, I'm really excited and grateful for.
Yeah, and as we see here, this is the experience of AI5 against Lithium, SG, and Alliance, and of course now also OG. This is over the last couple of months, since TI 8. So they are undefeated right now, Blitz. That's scary.
No, I think it's dope.
Yeah?
Dude, I become a believer. Because I played against it 3 times. I've lost every time. Everyone always flames me. They always say well, it's easy. Because when you watch it play, it seems really basic. It feels like they're making inefficient movements. Like the buybacks and the weird tri-lanes that they do. Everyone, I got so many messages from pros why didn't you just do this? It's we thought about that too. And it just feels like at some point it gets so muddled in your head that you're not really playing Dota anymore. You're overthinking what the bot does. You're well, do we do this because of this? Has it already thought of this? And at some point, it just feels like it gets into your own head and you tilt yourself.
How many games do you think you need to play against AI to take one?
I think OG, Like
Would
this,
they have won
this is
game
gonna
three?
sound like really biased, but like you give them a third game. I think if they had a third game, maybe. I mean, not after that draft, but like
They could win within 5 games for sure.
yeah.
Within 5 games,
Within
they'll
5, I
win
think
at
for
least one, or they'll win 2.
I would bet Kevin's life on within 5.
Let's go with 8. Let's go with 8. Yeah, they just need a couple. I think that draft kind of ruined them. That was something you guys encountered when you played them on stage as well. It's like your own drafting and understanding of what would be good undermined you at least one game. So I think if you did like OpenAI drafts against OpenAI and then gave OG one of those lineups, it's basically, I think it would be a lot closer. They could definitely win at least 1 out of 3 games if it was an equal lineup and they had a little practice.
I was so nervous during that first game. I think they could definitely take a game.
It looked like it, right? They got ahead.
Yeah.
It looked good, and then they're like, nope, 95%. We got this.
That was the most surprising part. Was the game looked, for me anyways, it looked like OG might have even had a slight advantage, and then it dropped the 95 hammer.
Yeah.
I was like, all right.
Yeah.
And at that point, the net worth was even as well.
Yeah.
And it is pretty interesting. Do we know kind of the win rates of the different heroes for the AI? Like, for example, we've been saying that Slark might not have been the best pick. Is Slark still a hero that AI 5 wins with?
Yeah, we have data. I mean, they've played millions of games, so we have the win rates of all the heroes in that training. They're all in the 45 to 55 sort of range. I don't have the numbers on me, but
it's
it can win with
relatively
any hero.
even.
Yeah. I mean, I think Slark is one of the lower ones. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, it's not something we keep a really close eye on. We mostly just let it train and see what it comes up with. I do know that Sniper and Gyro it likes a lot because it plays them a lot in drafts. But I think there's no hero that's just like terrible. Will never be picked. Yeah.
All right. We also, of course, have a highlight of that game. It was open very fast, just in case you missed it, which might have been the case. Here's a little bit of a recap of what actually happened. This game got out of control from the get-go.
I mean, it's 5 minutes into the lane, and Slark is just being completely zoned. They just run at his lane. Viper basically got like 5 levels, and he just shifted the off lane. And by him being here, anytime he gets a ranged attack off, he does a huge amount of damage to Slark. So basically, he just prevented Slark from being able to farm with advantage of his solo mid levels.
I think it's a lot harder for the humans to play the Sniper than the AI. Like I was going to say that before the draft last game. I think that Sniper is really good on the AI side, and I don't think it's very good for the humans because our distance management is just not as good.
Yep.
The way that we approach fights, I noticed that too when I played Sniper against it a few months ago. It was like I was never in the right position. I would step 2 feet forward, I would just get blasted by like 3 spells, die instantly. Whereas like when OpenAI 5 plays it, it looks broken because it never feels like it's in range for you to kill. It feels like it's just constantly outpouring damage from the back. It feels like there's like no counters when you play against it, but when you play with it, it feels like paper.
It's like the same aspect about humans being really good with Ricky, for example.
Yeah.
Is that like invisibility is essentially being out of range, so they can abuse that much better because it probably takes too long for the OpenAI to figure out why Ricky can be really abused. And Death Prophet also had a lot of trouble this game, something we didn't mention. They put her into a dual lane, but she also couldn't really stabilize her lane. I imagine what happens this game, let's say OG still gets Viper. Viper does the same split push stuff from before. Wouldn't that create a lot less pressure off of Slark, perhaps?
No, I think having the Slark was kind of a big problem because Slark, in theory, works really well against a lot of the core heroes on the side of OG or on the side of OpenAI, right? It's good against Sven. It's good against Gyrocopter because at some point you just pop ulti and Gyro's entire skill set doesn't do anything against you.
Yep.
It's good against Viper, like all these tankier heroes that you can just hit steal stats from and you can purge off all their abilities. It just never gets to that point. It's either you're going to win by X amount of time or you're probably already lost the game. And so you needed a hero that could kind of like match that tempo, and having Slark, it's like very idealistic. I think it's because they went 40 minutes last game and they were like, well, if we just have like one hero that can get us past that point, like a little bit more physical damage, we would have won. But it ignored like what got them to that point in the first place.
Now the final couple of minutes of that game were a little bit AI just BMing and just finding the kills rather than actually going for the throne, which is pretty interesting because you'd imagine that AI knows, you know what, to win the game, which is ultimately its goal, we have to attack this massive structure in the middle. But rather than that, they actually went for kills.
Yeah, or shrines. They backed off after they got mega creeps.
Yeah.
what's worth noting there is that when they're playing themselves, both sides are always focused on doing whatever they can to get a tiny chance of winning. So if the other side had been OpenAI 5, they would have been like there trying their best to defend futilely, and so probably this OpenAI 5 knew that their chance was like 99.99 instead of 99.9 if they just like backed off, waited a while, waited for the mega creeps to do their damage.
But even then after that, we see most of OG sitting in the fountain, and they're still going for the kills.
I think OpenAI couldn't see where OG was because they were hiding in their fountain, so they're doing some crazy smoke gank right now. We got to get back, guys. Wait till they show. It was probably something like that.
It's hard for us to speculate also on exactly what the bot is thinking or what they're trying to do. Like, again, a lot of what we're doing is setting up these very general learning algorithms and systems and then just letting it go, letting them play the games and figure out what they do. You definitely notice points where they're being kind of inefficient or they're not doing exactly the right thing, but for the most part, it seems like they understand the game certainly much better than David and I.
Yeah, I remember there was a turning point where when it was first training, it would do something that looked dumb, and we'd say, that's dumb, we must have a bug somewhere, we can go fix it. And we would go and we'd fix it. And then after a couple of months, they'd do something like, wait, that looks dumb. And then 20 seconds later, there'd be some consequence we hadn't foreseen, and it turns out it was the right thing to do.
That is a crazy good learning curve there from AI. Now, the series 2-0 in favor of AI 5. Jay, what is your takeaway from the series? What does this result mean for you?
I think it's really exciting in general just to see the progress that AI has made, that the kind of progress these systems can make overall. And I think in general we'll be continuing to push these capabilities further and further over the coming years. And I find that really exciting because I think AI really has a lot of potential to create positive impacts on the world.
And for Dota 2, what kind of impact will it have, Blitz?
I hope none. I don't want to see CMs taking my farm and all of a sudden I've got to buy wards for everybody, and we've got like
you're level 5. Go to the off lane now.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know if I'm like 100% down to do that. And the crazy part is like I just saw how efficient it was, but I'm not about that life.
No.
We could always just hold back and say like, well, we're not that good at executing, so we don't need to play like that.
Yeah,
That's fine. Yeah.
How about you, David? We said before that this was a 3-part event, and I know that there's still something more in store. You wanna intro part number 2?
Yeah. So after this competitive part where we see and we really appreciate OG coming to help us push the limits of the bot, we decided to try something where we have the OpenAI 5 playing as a teammate alongside humans. So we took the exact same OpenAI 5, no extra training for playing with humans, and we're going to see how it does playing alongside humans on the same team.
That is going to be very exciting, especially for myself and for Blitz right here, because the people playing alongside AI5 will be myself, Blitz, Capitalist, and Owen. And so I'm gonna step away from this. Kevin, I'm gonna tell you to basically run. Because your commentary duo will be none other than Mr. Purge right there, and he'll be joined by a no-tail for this game, where it's going to be 2 humans plus 3 AI5. Has it been done before?
So we've done it in some test games, and it works surprisingly well because the thing to keep in mind is OpenAI 5, like we said before, it knows exactly what all its teammates are going to do. And it's had no extra training with these weird human players that aren't going to do what it thinks. So we have seen occasionally it gets confused because it knows that you're going to go to top lane, then you go to bottom lane, and it'll like wait for you to go to top lane because at every instant it still thinks you're one of its friends.
Knows exactly how to play.
Right, and it'll keep waiting for you to do the thing it expects you to do, even though you never do. But nonetheless, that happens rarely, I guess. It seems to work pretty well, which I think is really cool, that despite coming at this from such different angles, humans and AI have learned the same things about how to play this game so that they can play side by side.
I think it's really exciting also because it implies that in the future, these systems, AI systems, they get more capable. They can work alongside humans. They can work toward the same goal. They're surprisingly compatible in the ways they interface with one another. So we're going to put it to the test.
All right. Well, we're going to wait for a second before we head over to our commentary desk because No-Tail seems to be MIA. I mean, he had a rough loss. You need some time to recover.
It'd be super impressive if it learned how to work with Owen, because I've seen that boy play Dota, and I've seen his Faceless Void, 6 S and Y build, 6 Battle Furies. If it can somehow overcome that hurdle, it can do anything. I believe fully after that fact.
You cannot play Faceless Void.
That's very true. But he can play Slark.
He can, actually.
If he just ignored that last game he casted.
The draft is going to be done by us, as in the humans are going to also draft for the AI. Is that something that has been done? Like they'll be fine with that? AI is gonna, be able to work with anything they get, basically?
They're happy to have you. They'll work with whatever you give it.
I mean, I don't think they will be happy to have us. It will be an interesting game. Let's put it at that. And at least, I feel like it shouldn't be a 20-minute game because there's AI on both sides, so they can carry both sides.
That's my hope as well.
I think that's like the really cool thing is that you're going to be working with them and they'll be able to help you and you can help them.
All right. Well, let's find out. I believe we do have the flower in place, so let's head over to Kevin and No-Tail for the game with humans and AI versus humans and AI. Any second now. As soon as Kevin has put his headset on, we'll be ready to go. Let's go.
AI finals here with No Tail. How does it feel, man?
Feels bad, man.
Yeah.
It was rough. It's surprising. They're really good at what they do, and I think if you really want to beat them reliably, you want to find a way to take them out of their game and just be playing your game. The problem is once you get sucked into what they're doing, which is this 5 heroes staring at 5 heroes, and now it's about who clicks buttons better, that is when you're never going to win.
Yeah, so why don't you take me through both games. Game 1, you guys picked your 5 heroes. You felt comfortable with your creep cutting, and things looked pretty good. Looked like you were going to win. There was some shit talking, and then it turned around a little bit.
That was instant karma, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we had game 1 for sure. If the way we look at the game, there was no way for us to lose it if we played very well and right from a certain point. But
so what were the mistakes that you guys made that you think was like beginning the downfall?
Well, the beginning of the downfall was definitely the tier 2 mid. When we started talking about how we probably could take the fight, even though we didn't have everything. One hero was dead. We didn't have Xiaofin ultimate. Like we didn't have all our tools weren't ready. But we still thought we could take the fight, but it showed that we couldn't. And this is when they wiped us, then took the mid racks, and now we had to again kind of split them up and use their flaws, which is a little bit playing the map, like how they move on the map is abusable. We probably still could have won, but it got hard after that.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. Was there any like hero adjustments you thought were incorrect from game 1? You obviously picked different heroes, but
yeah. So we talked a little bit about the sniper hero and how the pool of heroes have very little reach. I mean, there's not many heroes that have a tool to get on top of a sniper, for example. And we saw that they first tooted in game 1. And we thought, yeah, maybe this is their. I mean, they came to the same conclusion that sniper is really good. So we adjusted a bit. We thought that they would be better against Invis heroes. They were really bad against Ricky. They did not know what they're doing, at least for the most part. I mean, obviously they're fast at clicking their buttons, but they were not good at playing against Invis. But we did adjust. We did try the sniper. We also tried the Death Prophet, which I do think is their best hero, the Death Prophet. Maybe we shouldn't have picked it. We ended up picking it. Didn't really work out. I mean, game 2, they got a lot of the things going that they wanted to have going.
Did you plan to put Death Prophet in offlane as a dual offlane when you picked her?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Because I know that worked in human meta, I guess, maybe a year ago or so. But it seemed like Seb couldn't get very much farm with it. It was like you were zoned out of lane. Not to mention the problems that you guys had with the Slark on the top lane. What was the big thing that went wrong in game 2? Just like laning stuff, or?
I mean, there was a bit of a laning thing. We don't think that Slark is particularly good against OpenAI. Like OpenAI is a lot about, the way we see it, is about surviving the 10 to 20 minutes and not letting them have their 5-man happen. And obviously Slark cannot always help, but Slark was actually pretty good in our game for the lane top. I mean, it worked out to an extent. Then we didn't get the courier. They came back. Viper TP top. I didn't really know what happened bottom lane. I mean, we just got out of the game. We had some discussion back there. Definitely game 2 we weren't so happy about. But game 1 we would have been very happy jumping back into like 15 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to me like you guys were close within game 1, but game 2, a similar thing happened when the casters played them. Is that you get some idea in your mind about a hero that's going to be able to be fine, but then just doesn't work out with the meta. So it's a little bit hard sometimes when the meta is reduced like that. But as a whole, I think you guys had a great show, and I'm sure everybody was pretty happy to watch. So it was a good match. So what do you think going forward from here on? We got humans, we got OpenAI playing on the same team. What are your expectations for differences here?
For differences, I mean, you're going to have a lot of differences. For some, it might be the good old pub, a good old pub where you have 2 guys going mid and they don't speak the same language. This is something that most Dota players know about.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think it's going to be interesting. You're probably going to see some really good wards made by humans and some really bad wards made by AI.
You noticed some of those, yeah?
Actually, we didn't see some of the wards. I think they did have good wards against us. Some. We didn't watch the replay. We're not sure. But yeah, I do think humans probably know the vision game better and the whole fog of war.
I would agree. That was definitely something you guys abused pretty well. In terms of like heroes picked, do you think there will be anything really special? Like what about like lane positions? Because like, you know, if somebody comes to your lane and tries to steal your farm, that's a huge problem, right? Do you think they'll be able to adapt to that?
I mean, I feel like they found their own thing for what they want to do in the lanes right now. This setup with potentially 2 guys. I mean, they played Radiant both our games. 2 guys going top with the 3rd guy missing the mid hero. 2 guys just going bottom trying to get some information. I do still think that they're primitive in the way that they're gonna use the fog of war. Really remember what the whole question was. We were talking about heroes.
Just like how they would interact with like efficiency across the map, like too many people farming in the same place, that
Right.
kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, now that we're talking about a team that has both, there's definitely going to be that. I think AI ideally sees one item completed on every hero, or like when a hero gets to a certain breaking point, like he's close to getting to another power peak, power spike, the whole team will try and help him get there. This, you're probably not going to see it. There's probably going to be a little bit working against each other when it comes to that.
Well, I think with that said, I think we're ready for the teams here. Let's take a look. And that's going to be our players for the match. I don't know if you noticed there, but the Radiant team had the pink OpenAI player on it. That was the Viper that owned you guys last game, I think.
That's a Smurf. That's what we call him.
Yeah.
That guy is smurfing.
He just always knew his limits. He's like 50 health. That's enough.
Yeah, and I even felt like they BM'd us back in the end of that game too. Like
by leaving your base?
Yeah, by leaving the base and then having the Viper in there alone. Like he was just in there in our freaking face, you know, and we couldn't touch him. And
somebody's got to kill the
there were
creep
4
waves.
guys alive, and yeah, they were BMing back.
I just assumed they thought you guys were smoke ganking or something because you were hiding, you know, in terror kind of a thing. So they were like, we got to make sure that they go on Viper if they go on anybody.
So that's what interests me the most is AI's approach to fog of war and lack of information and potential smokes, right? What we noticed was that once a lot of our heroes were missing, they instantly changed their way of playing. Other things like I entered the woods at one point with my Witch Doctor TP'd out, or to try and Drew can TP out. The Death Prophet, as soon as I entered the trees, she had a Eul's. She was like, nah, I'm not even going to try it. They have a weird way of valuing risk and chance. And this is the thing that I think once you understand that, this is like when you're going to easily break them. You're going to win 10 out of 10 games.
So if you guys, so we were talking on the desk, if you guys got to play 5 matches right now against them, do you think you could take at least 1 win off of them?
Yeah,
like
for sure. For sure, yeah. 5 games, I would say for sure 1 win. I think if we played 10, we'd start getting more. And if we played 50 games against them, I think we could start winning very, very reliably. That's my feeling.
But the downside is, in the time that you play 50 games, they've played like 3 million or something like that. Do you think you can stay ahead of them?
Obviously not in time, and obviously not when it comes to clicking buttons. And if they were to take away the reaction time that they added to it, then we obviously, humans would stand less of a chance. But I still think that at least the way that is working his risk calculation for Fog and his own chance, it's his Achilles heel. It's always going to lose if you abuse it.
Is it difficult when you're playing against them to like realize how much information you're giving them? In a normal Dota match, like the average player is just going to ignore that. You don't think about standing your creep waves, but pro players do, obviously. So how did it feel different playing against OpenAI versus like the top teams in the world?
Well, OpenAI was a lot more careless with how they would show. It felt like, and obviously warding. I mean, we were warding in front of their face, making the most obvious wards. They would never get dewarded. So these are the main big things I would say were different. And they're also really good at cutting losses. Once they know for sure that it's going to be a loss, that they don't want the fight anymore. This is, I don't know how they make that like team fight calculation, like whether they feel like taking it or not, and stuff like how they position themselves. But they're really good at that. There's a couple other things that they're really good at, like the main thing is once they group up as 5 and they're going to go 5 versus 5 against you, the way that they're going to use their spells and the way they're going to use their salves in their inventory, it all work, and their urn, like all the spells are being clicked really well, probably better than any human team could do.
Do you guys think that you could use what OpenAI does in a match and try to mimic some of their movements and their estimations of what's good in Dota and what strategies are good? Can you learn from that, do you think?
There's definitely a lot you can learn. I think with the hero pool being limited to 17, there's obviously a big factor that you take out from the strategy aspect when it comes to not just drafting, but a lot of the games are not going to be reliable. I mean, Death Prophet's going to have an insane win rate. Well, yeah, she's going to be 1 out of 17 heroes. But what you can learn, and I think that's really cool to look at, is their death ball. I think this is something that human teams have obviously looked at for a very long time. Some patches it's been prominent and like the play style. But nobody can death ball better than that. Like these guys will take your racks and tank the tower and really like do all these things that humans will mess up in those very tense situations.
Yeah, well, one thing I thought was really interesting about game 1 especially, you guys were winning, you had that team fight mid where you echo slammed and you requiem'd and you got like 2 kills.
Yeah.
But it's like before they were even dead, they knew like, oh, we're pushing right after this. And as soon as they were alive, they instantly went mid. It was like they processed things so much faster than humans in that way.
Yeah, so I had that debate back there also just now. This is a debate I will keep having, even with the AI guys, unless they show me differently. I believe that there is no way you can make that calculation at least to the point where you're going to win the game. Maybe they can say that, yeah, we're gonna buy back and we're gonna take this tier 2. This does not mean that they take the tier 3. And if they do not take the tier 3, they lost 2 heroes, bought back 1. In my head, it's not going to be worth it. In most people's Dota heads, it's not going to be worth it, because now the same thing happens for the tier 3. Eventually, it's just going to get to a point where we're going to that team is going to have 10 or 15k ahead, and the team fight is going to be 2 for 0, 3 for 0, or 5 for 2. It's going to be harder and harder for the AI to get that cooldown trade for an objective trade. And even if they get the racks, is it even worth it if they get wiped and now it's 15k behind and we got to our critical mass and now they can no longer fight? So I don't think AI can make that calculation. I think it makes calculations ahead of time, maybe for the tier 2, and this is how it's going to win. This is what we talked about, is they're buying back because maybe statistically they lose more when games go past 30 minutes. That's why they knew that we have to go now. And that's why, that's my take on
Did you feel in-game pressure when they were buying back? Obviously it was funny in some of the cases because it was like buy back, TP somewhere, and go push a lane, but...
I felt the opposite of pressure, for sure. It's not good. Those buybacks were not good. In my opinion. Even if you buy back and you take a tier 2, we wouldn't be giving a tier 2 for free, but if you buy back and take, say, an objective like a tier 2, it doesn't make it worth it, Like, especially now, buybacks have been very nerfed. If that hero dies, it's going to be something very big for us. Mm-hmm. I mean, that hero bought back because he died. That means we can kill him again. Now we kill him again, it's 100 seconds, he cannot buy back. We can take the Roach, we can take our own tier 2, we can own the whole map for those 90 seconds, get another kill, keep killing. So no, I don't think those buybacks were good, and we didn't feel any pressure. Those were not good buybacks.
What about the fact that they really elongated the life of their mid tier 1 tower? It felt like it took forever for you guys to kill that. Every time I'd look at it, it was at like 70% health. Like maybe by pushing out lanes and forcing you guys to do other stuff, that it made sure that you didn't have time to set up mid or something like that?
So we flew in 2 days ago. I don't want to make those excuses about jet lag and everything. We haven't played Dota together for a week and a half, and that's a human thing. Like rust builds up, or like a little bit of rust. And something that a lot of the good Dota teams talk about is like the mid tower and how if you lose it early or if you get it early, the map can be nicer to play. Definitely, I felt it. The mid tower being alive for them, like, it was annoying. We probably had some chances to take it as well. Now then, that's on us. That's not OpenAI being great. If we have a chance to take it, we don't grab it, and we should have grabbed it, well, then maybe we messed up. I think we messed up a few things, also in game 1, but definitely in game 2, that was a rough one.
What was it like to lane a line against like 3 heroes at minute 5 when the Viper is already level 5?
I should have picked Axe for myself.
Axe?
Yeah, Axe support. I still think it works.
Yeah?
Yeah. I also think it would be good against OpenAI. I mean, Axe, what they did...
Did you see it at TI? Like,
yes, exactly.
You couldn't call anybody, though.
No, you can't call anybody, but I still think you can buy Shadowblade. I don't think they played that well against Immis, but I also think you can skip the whole initiation Axe build and just either tank up. If I'm playing a position 5 Axe, I'm not looking at tanking up. I'm just looking at trying to help the waves a bit with Battle Hunger and cut some waves if I have to with the Helix, just to help my Slark out and make them run around a bit. But Lion was not the pick. Playing Lion against stuff like that is miserable. We really wanted the Witch Doctor, but they picked it. we thought they were going to do another Sven support, but I mean, they don't. They have a weird concept of support, like whole farm priority. You don't really know what they're picking, what they can pick. Yeah.
Well, we're just waiting for the players to get all set up. Believe it or not, the OpenAI bots have been ready this entire time. So another one of the benefits to them. You don't have to
always
log into
ready.
their Steam accounts normally. So we're just going to take a little bit more time here. Here's the rules for the match. It's each team has 2 human players and 3 OpenAI 5 teammates. And there's no special training. This is just the OpenAI doing their best based on the weird things that ODPixel does. And I have a feeling that they're going to let down their OpenAI teammates many times in this match. But with that said, we still need a little bit more time, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a bit with the co-op match. Stay tuned, guys. Hey guys, we're back for the co-op match. It's just about to start here. Got all the casters on stage. Got all the OpenAI bots ready to go. Still got Johan here. Feel better yet?
I'm still dealing with it. It hurts. It hurts.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we're doomed.
Will told us that after they lost the like two episodes ago that he got about 100 messages from pro players on Twitter telling him what he should have done different.
Who did?
Will Blitz.
Oh yeah, Will.
So I don't know if you checked your Twitter yet, but
No.
you should probably expect the same kind of thing.
Yeah. So I know that the AI is very beatable as is. Of course, it can get to a place where humans may not stand a chance one day. I mean, it's inevitable for everything if you keep working on it. I do think Dota is a game where humans can hang on for a long time, though. It's a very deep game with the amount of heroes and the amount of constant changes that are also being made.
What do you think about the draft so far here? The OpenAI 5 beginning. I don't remember. Is it half players drafting both?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. How does it work? Do they get to choose?
I think it's players drafting both, but I can't remember 100%.
Okay.
Either way, the Radiant and the Dire. Humans are drafting both. Okay, confirmed. So Gyro is the opener. The 51. Did you guys have these percentages when you were drafting?
No.
Okay,
no.
The first game when you guys drafted your first pick, Earthshaker, they were already like, we got a 65% chance to win. Idiots. They didn't think Earthshaker was very good.
So what does these percentages mean?
That's what OpenAI thinks that they will win.
But who? Because now OpenAI has both teams.
It would be the Radiant team in this case, most likely. So basically, by it being 51.6, it means that it's like the best pick they could have was first pick Gyro.
Right.
There's probably like a 1.6% first pick advantage.
Interesting.
And as it changes, that's how it's developing based on what heroes have been picked so far.
Mm-hmm. Well, we were thinking a lot about the Queen and the Razor as well.
Yep. For what reason?
So Queen, you had like not as much gap close, especially if you're playing with AI. I would really consider picking them a Queen. We thought that the AI Queen might be terrifying to play against if it knows how to work the hero. It's a lane crusher into like the TP rotation, is always going to look at all the side lanes at the same time.
Has high mobility too, so it can punish or escape.
Yeah. But it was ignored in our series by them.
Okay, so this is saying that the Radiant team has an advantage here. A 60% chance to win.
Wow.
So yeah, it's very, very interesting to go through and like when you see somebody good tell you what's good, it like opens your brain. You're like, oh, that's a possibility. I can max headshot first on sniper. Something like that. It's very interesting to watch. So we are ready to jump into the game. So with that said, let's go take a listen and see how they're doing so far.
They already lost. No, wait.
Shiver, Blitz, and OpenAI 5 versus Capitalist, OD Pixel, and OpenAI 5. Co-op match.
What are the gyrocopter and his friend doing? Where are they going? Oh, hello.
Okay, I think we're supposed to
what
help
do you
them.
think?
We're supposed to help them. I forgot about this.
Yo, Blitz, what are you guys doing over there right now?
Oh,
if you could let me know, that'd be great.
Dude, I was straight up AFK'd. I forgot that they do stuff.
Yeah, I AFK'd too. Did you tell the bots to go to certain lanes?
Nah, they just knew where to go. It was dope. I just kind of sat here. Yo, fight them. I think you're supposed to be up here with us, Shiver.
Well, too late.
Yeah, we have a lot of heroes top. OpenAI's.
Dude, we're not gonna get any bounties. Shiver, go for it. All in.
Oh, you got it.
Beautiful.
I didn't click in time.
3 bounty runes for us.
Can I? No.
4.
It's 4.
Oh, okay. We got 4. Nice.
I don't know what's Viper doing.
I think what they're used to is us being 4 top.
Oh.
It's okay.
Can we pull up the win percentage now after we just got 4 bounties? Because
I'm sure
if it's 0 mid, it's going to be like 100% for us.
Well, at the moment, there's no one mid, so...
well, that's not good.
We got someone heading
Razor knows to head over there eventually.
He's realized.
I didn't set the lanes. I figured they'd just figure it out. And they did. I have to play against the safe lane Viper? Oh, God. This sounds terrible. Get me out.
What? This is very unnerving, having a crowd react to our gameplay. What does it mean when they say, oh?
It means you messed something up, Shiver. Don't worry about it, though. I'm sure it's fine.
Kappa, you going to be right down bottom?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
we're just sort of tri-laning casually this Quap Sniper Lion lane.
I'm just watching this Viper, like, deny everything, so that's not good.
I'm sure the AI thinks I'm griefing by being hit.
Dude, whoever played on this PC has the weirdest hotkeys. Like, whenever I select any hero, it just moves me to them.
Wait, don't hotkeys like stick with your profile though?
Some of them are hardware based.
Yeah, I can see why OG lost now. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna lose too. Relax, guys.
Owen, if you see me die, and that's first blood, don't worry about it. It's all part of the plan.
Don't feed cap.
No.
I won't report you, but I cannot, you know, be sure what these teammates are going to do.
This is a lot less exciting game than that first game of the series. With
It's probably because we should be tri-laning.
Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe I'll rotate.
Yeah, you guys have a Crystal Maiden Viper lane. You think I care if I die?
Oh, he stole my kill!
Well done, Shiver.
No way, I stole my kill.
Austin called you garbage and said he didn't want you on his team, but...
Yeah.
What? I did not choose the... I was gone for rehearsal. Don't look
it.
at me. You guys are the ones who set up the teams.
You were my first pick, don't worry.
When are you Queen of Pain support?
I was going to carry, but I haven't got a lot of CS.
Oh, and you
the
should
sniper's pretty good at
you
outs.
should definitely be bottom right now.
Oh, you want me to? Okay,
yeah, I don't want to lane against 1v1 Earthshaker versus Viper. You know how bad that sounds?
All right, don't worry. I'll come and carry you.
Right as the lane starts pushing forward, too.
Wait, why are they...
Look at this. All right, Owen. Good luck. See you later. Do the pings do anything?
I haven't figured that out yet.
At some point, I did see in the previous match that the bot was pinging a tower real hard, so perhaps it means like kill a tower. Let's try it out.
Oh no! Shit. Wait, where are you going? Well, what's going on? Why did you just do that? Come on, man.
Oh, what's Razor doing here? What the?
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely ganking
nice
mid.
one. We got a kill.
My Razor was like, "Oh, you're coming mid with an invis rune? Well, let me leave."
That one's on me, Sheeps. My bad. That's on me. That's on me.
All right, all right.
Team. Nice. Blitz, are you losing bottom or mid?
I don't think I am. I can't tell though.
Well, now it's just switched up, so I guess you'll
All right.
never know. What is going on at top lane? Why do we have 4 wards in lane? What?
Excuse me, have you seen the observer wards on our team?
Dude, I was just about to go top, so that's genius.
Did you see? No, did you see the observer wards on bot lane?
Yo, if you guys sentry those wards, by the way, that's cheating. I'm just saying, it's not allowed.
No. Yeah, well, you'll never find our wards, that's for sure. But you can't buy them either, because they buy them on cooldown.
Good teammates. I need the courier.
How's bottom going on?
It's all right. This Viper guy, I heard he had a pretty good game earlier, but at the moment, doing all right against him.
Yeah, you're botting him. I can see it.
Yo, get the bounty runes. Get at least
yeah,
one.
bounties. Thanks,
No,
Blitz.
don't worry. Don't worry. I got it. I already got Owen.
Nice. We got one. I'll take it.
We got 3.
Yay.
Easy.
Yo, Shiver,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should come kill mid and take the tower.
See, AI just always concede the lane. No, I don't want... what are you doing? Don't leave. There's a siege wagon pushing. Please, sir.
We'll see.
Oh, can I ping what position I'm playing? Maybe that'll get them to stop leaving mid whenever I show up.
Yo, go, kill, Shiver.
Think I care?
Yo. Give him the all chat.
Get him, Owen.
It's the human players. We can fight this.
I'm already dead. Get them both.
I don't think I'm killing Owen, unfortunately.
It's fine. I'd say worse.
It was. It was. Come to me,
Yo,
bot.
Owen, mid.
Dude, the pings work.
Owen,
The ping, well,
mid.
we got, the pings work. They're
Don't
coming.
leave mid alone.
It is working.
Don't leave mid alone.
Yo, they're all coming. They're all coming. Protect. Yo, just hit it. Just hit it. Dude, it ignores himself.
Oh, we're just gonna lose mid like that.
Sick. The pings definitely work.
I pinged mid. Where's my allies?
Dude, it's ping
Squad,
like crazy
roll up.
now.
Yo, I watched the OpenAI defend mid lane to like 28 minutes.
I gave him
and
emotional
now they just
support.
let it go down in 7 minutes.
I said, well played to my team. It's fighting me for CS now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think we're supposed to go top now, Shiver.
We're missing top.
Well played.
They really not win there?
Oh shit.
Oh, nice job, Cap.
Setting up
Very
my
good.
AI for success.
Okay, does this do anything?
No, it does not. Time to go back.
What did you do?
Oh, help me, help me, help me, help me. Oh my god. Dude, where's my Viper? Why is he farming neutrals?
Very nice, very nice.
Yo, I pinged the top tower.
What's Viper doing though? I blame Viper. Can we blame teammates here that are not us?
No, we're supposed to. We're here to make the AI look good, which is what my teammates are doing so well.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna spam ping this sheep. They'll come.
You did it with the wrong ping though.
True, true. Oh, smart, smart, smart.
I'll stop. Didn't work anyway.
I'm fine, I'm fine. We can fight. I'm not sure why, but they're not down to take towers anymore.
It's definitely a slower game.
Yeah. Like, I feel like I'm in the right position, and I should be top, and I am.
Yeah,
and just no one's coming.
You're not. Oh god. There really is no one coming, huh?
Just no one's
They just know that my TP's on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Rough.
Nice, nice. There's a lion there, Sheeps.
Yeah. I don't know why my gyro is not helping me. But
Just run, just run.
You know,
grab the
he's
rune,
not.
grab the rune. Oh, never mind.
About the bounties, get the bounties.
All the bounties.
Oh, and you're gonna have to remember bounties, because I'm not sure how much the AI does, to be honest.
Dude, you guys have gotten like the last 9 bounties.
We did get a lot at the start. Now we've got to let them have a bit of a chance.
What do you mean? We only got one of those.
I said a bit of a chance.
Any teammates here?
Oh. Razor
No
Puck is out
teammates. No teammates here.
Nice. Alright, so here's what we do, Sheev. We just allow...
God, Owen. Owen.
We allow the humans to mess up, and you and I will just chill.
Look at this setup here from my bot.
Well, that is not the optimal shrapnel. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know how to read like when the AI will stick around in a lane when you show up, you know? They always seem to be like, oh, you want the farm? You can have it.
Alright, Judging by the fact that no one else is up here, Shiver, except us, I'm pretty sure we're in the wrong here. Just get out of top. I guess we're supposed to take bottom. Like, they're all playing bottom, so let's just run there.
I think we're just supposed to farm.
All right, someone tell the AI that they're running bottom.
Lane, bot, Viper.
Hope they understood that. Yo, don't help me. Just take the lane. They're not here.
All right, that was a little bit of a listen-in for the players so far. Johan, you're still here with me. What do you think so far?
We have a Queen of Pain dying right now. Let's see if Owen gets out. Oh, did not.
Oh, you're taking the play-by-play role, okay.
I just want my boy Owen. No. He did a really cool ultimate before. Well, I do think that Dyer's in a bit of a pickle. This is a orange Viper player. We've seen it before.
That's true.
Really Monka-esque, but I don't know. It's an interesting game. If Radiant would have bought a sentry for top to deward those 5 wards, it would have been the most valuable sentry ever. Too bad. That was a missed opportunity.
Yeah. So far, the game doesn't seem as high-paced as the last one that you guys played. It seems like having 2 less players on each team that are coordinated with them is making a big deal. Like they're definitely a lot more passive. There's a lot more like dual jungling going on and stuff like that. Have you noticed any other differences?
Well, I'm wondering if there's something that happens when they're making a calculation, right? Also based like what the enemy is doing, but now they kind of have to readjust their constant calculation whenever their ally is doing something that they didn't predict for them to do. Oh my god, Owen is owning.
Yeah, he's getting a
killing Will.
Couple of kills. He just got like 2 levels from that. That was pretty huge.
Yeah. I mean, other than that, I don't really know. Like both of the sides had the lane wards, like just lane wards on the lane.
In the same place, right? It was like a bunch here and
yeah.
a bunch up here.
Yeah, close to your own tower. I'm not really sure what causes that.
You know what it kind of looked like to me was that they had a dual lane top, right? It was the Sven and the Gyro. They both went in the off lane. The Dire team had a safe tri lane. It seemed to me like they wanted Shiver to rotate to the top lane maybe. So they're thinking like, oh, this is the lane that matters. So they're putting all their wards there. And like, oh, we need to win this lane. We need to win this lane. They kept putting wards there kind of a thing. But because Shiver didn't rotate, because she didn't anticipate that, her dual lane just didn't get as much farm. They were like sitting back. They didn't contest the lane as much as what it kind of seemed like. Maybe it's something like that.
Yeah. I mean, there's all speculations from my side. Oh,
I mean,
you see Will
like
not doing something?
That's fine.
Oh, okay. So that's something that I think the AI would actually never do. It would always make the assumption that the person who went into the trees is TPing out or is no longer there, or even if he is, it's not worth the potential chase. What happens if the person knows how to juke and stuff?
I saw you guys abusing that a little bit. You'd push lanes out, and then you'd sit in the trees, and you'd throw a nuke to the lane to push, right? That kind of a thing.
Yeah, exactly. You even just wait in there and drag the next wave or kill it if your hero can do it.
Are there any other advantages that you think they don't abuse very well? Like I don't think they tread switch, for example. So there's definitely some factual, like inefficient things that they do. Anything else?
So now we're seeing the Sven for the 3rd time, and something to notice is that every single game he went for the face boots. Obviously, it's a really good Sven item. Maybe there's something to learn there from humans. Most people are still buying treads. But now it seems to be doing the Vlad's build. I'm just wondering if they have the ability to change up item builds a little more diversely than, you know, if Sven is going to buy face boost, Vlad's Echo Saber Blink again. He's just going to, you know, he has his list of items that he can buy. That's something that I'm noticing.
Oh, that was pretty stupid. He said he saw Quap running from the boundary, and he's like, maybe it's still there.
Yeah,
never know.
Yeah, and he was also afraid. Like you could have just taken the boundary with a stun. And
I think based on the last event, I think the item builds were kind of like a little bit set in stone, and allowing and kind of telling them like what was the popular item build at the time. But it may have changed since then.
Yeah. Also wondering, like, I mean, they have this general item build now that all the heroes are buying their 2 salves and a circlet. I think it has something to do with the new courier. Back when each had their own courier, they would be buying the stats and they would be funneling out the salves and the mangoes all the time. Now that they do not get the courier use, because there's only one, they don't all get to use it. Statistically, they just want to use or secure themselves that in case a lot of people want to use it, that they have their salves in the lanes anyway, which is why they buy 2.
Just always like keep their health full, right? That way, if they do get into engagement, they can get back to laning.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Shiver and Will trying to encourage the bots to push top is what it looks like here. Not working out though.
So that's also what I was thinking. Is like, how are they gonna know who's gonna go mid? You know, because they don't think about it like mid heroes. You saw from the Dire team, the Razor, he walked mid like very late, very late. I don't think the Razor bot was sure if he was going mid or not.
And like when Cap ganked with the Invis, the Razor walked top lane because he's like, oh, Earthshaker wants mid apparently. It's better for me to go top and fight now.
Yeah.
Which did work out. They killed Shiver.
And as soon as somebody moved from mid, we also saw the sniper who was supporting top earlier TP mid.
That feels like one area that could be adjusted in pro play, for example, like where you put a hero in the mid lane, he gets a level advantage, and then he just ends up becoming like a top tri lane hero while you swap somebody else mid. The disadvantage normally in a pro game is that you don't have as much right-click advantage because you don't have as many like Wraith Bands, for example. So then you can't contest CS, right? But you'd win your other lane. So do you think that's potentially doable rather than these like static, I'm the mid hero for 10 minutes kind of thing?
Well, it's a longer conversation to be had. Let's see if Will die. Will die. No, Will not die. They're going to turn it here.
This looks pretty good, actually. Going back in. Will hasn't used his ultimate yet, doesn't want to commit. And they'll get the Lion, but it kind of just looked like a normal gank, right? Like,
yeah.
In the matches against you guys, every time that they'd go for a kill, they knew they had the options. But this time, it's like the people are making mistakes, so they overcommit to things that they can't kill.
Yeah, I'm also curious, again, like the AI communicating with the human. What if Cap just decides to go full Rambo? Is it going to follow him into death, or is it going to play like he's a heavy limb? I'm curious, I'm not sure. But to go back to your point before, it's something that I think a lot of teams have gone over, like talked about the possibility of a support getting a lane early. Oh, more action.
There's a lot of shrapnel down here. They should have an easy disable on Will, though. Ooh, stacking stuns here. Okay, works out.
Oh! And that's a buyback, first one. Oh, they got the Viper. Oh, he's tilted.
Game's over.
Here's the guy you wanted to tilt.
Streak is broken.
We go back to your point before. Yes, I do think that there's a way of playing, also for pro players to learn from, where some guy gets some resources to help secure an earlier start, an earlier timing, a laning phase even. But I do think that human nature doesn't really want that. Human nature, wow, it's going really well for Dire now.
It is.
I think human nature, we'd also talked about earlier, or Jesse pointed it out, that we like accumulating things on one person, and like that person trusts himself and other people put trust in that person. This is maybe why you naturally put more resources on a guy, or a guy really wants more resources on him. But another reason why I don't think it generally works is, like you pointed out, is that you're going to have some guy mid who's going to be against like Sumail with 2 Wraith Bands on you, and I'm going to be some Witch Doctor 2 levels or 4 levels behind him. I'm not going to get a single creep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the bots, I guess, don't prioritize that as much, right? Like that's maybe a reaction of the fact that they don't prioritize being really good at last hitting. Like when the SF drill came out, amazing last hitters, right? And then the next iteration, they were just really good at team fighting. They actually lost some of their mid last hitting skills.
Also remember, the patch changed a lot, right? The deny mechanic became different. Now you get money for it. I started seeing them denying stuff. I think they were only denying it for the money, not just denying it for the money, but more so because they're getting like a small thing themselves.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they prioritized denies a lot in the earlier versions too. It's like a lot of players, a lot of the heroes were starting like Wraith. They would start like Null Talisman on Lich and stuff.
Yeah. But leeching XP in this patch is better than the one before. Slightly better.
Yeah.
Still hurts if somebody's denying all the creeps in front of you. But we almost have a dagger on Shaker. Ooh.
Oh, this bot's out of position.
Yeah,
oh wait, that was
this bot's out of position. I think you can hear it.
Not too many towers to do it.
I do think that Dire is in a bit of a pickle. I think they have quite a sniper problem, unless the Sven is able to deal with it. They do have an ATOS on Viper, which does help close the gap.
So as we go to later stages of the game, like obviously grouping with your AI teammates is going to be difficult because you can't really get them to get on the same page. In the past, when you're on weaker teams, do you believe in like the mentality that it's just better to follow like what your captain says rather than everybody argue all the time? Like get everybody get on the same page kind of a thing.
Exactly. You should always do the same thing. Rather fail doing the same thing than succeed doing your own.
Because then your resources won't be as strong, right? In the weaker thing you do. Correct?
Yeah, I mean that's the small like mechanical part of it. The actual part is like still very humanized. If you fail doing something together, it doesn't really feel that bad. But if you fail doing something alone, or like the thing that you were supposed to do together never happened, this is when, as a team, you start maybe losing trust and other bad things start happening.
Also, like even for morale reasons, it feels
yeah,
better.
It's huge. I mean, I think it's mainly a morale thing for us. For us biological creatures. Yeah.
Worked out at TI, so
we want to trust each other. Yeah.
Have you seen this build before, the Greaves Quap? I saw somebody doing it in a pub the other day. Seems kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think I've seen it once. I haven't seen the Yules into Greaves, but I'm loving it. Owen is feeling it. Owen is owning.
I hadn't seen somebody get 2 points in Blink before 6 on Quap before either, so he's really trying some new things.
He's a support. He can set the new meta.
That's true. It's looking like a dead cap here. Well-coordinated gank here. This game definitely seems... It makes the OpenAI bots look so much worse, I must say.
It's hitting a lot more neutrals, like you said. It's a lot of neutrals dying this game.
They do a good job in that, though. I mean, they're jungling on their side of the map, not always good. But a lot of the other times it'd be like this. I'm jungling neutral camps near the lane where action might happen, which would be hypothetically here. So I feel like they even did it against you guys sometimes. There'd be one hero jungling here while their team pushed, kind of a thing.
Yeah. So another crazy thing to talk about AI. I mean, we mentioned it in our game 2. They're killing our Rax while they're killing our Shrine, while the third guy might be, looking at Roche or doing something else, farming the jungle. But they all are aware of what they're doing. Having a screen on every inch of the Dota map is quite helpful, I think.
Yeah, even like the game 2 when you guys got Raxed like in 3 lanes at the same time, that was insane. Oh, that was a great TP there by Razor.
Yeah.
Instant Yules on Shiver and then teleported out, knowing that was the only disable.
Yeah,
they're so good at farming everything.
Sometimes too good. You see this bots, the Viper bot. He ulties the first creep you see sometimes. Gyro in our game 1, he was also ulting the small camp and flacking it, so it was like unbelievable overkill.
I caught Viper ulting a Mud Golem at one point as well. No, that one's not very good.
Yeah, also Sniper. You could argue that. So that's an interesting thing with the Sniper Shrapnel. Is it worth it to Shrapnel for the farm? It probably is when you're nearing the 3. You could argue that using 1 to farm it more efficiently or something can not be harmful. But if you're down to 1 Shrapnel and you're using it to farm a medium camp that you have the time for anyway, you're not thinking ahead. You're not thinking about the fight where you're probably going to want it, or a scenario further ahead where you're going to want it. This is also something I think the bots are lacking in.
Well, they're definitely farming very well. Is this both sides actually? Oh no, Will is actually 4th in the game. Congrats to him. But everybody else ahead of him is bot.
I don't think that gets you a trophy though. No.
4th place.
4th place net worth at 21 minutes.
Wow, instant 4-step forward. Everybody rotating. Cap is the most bot-like so far this game, I must say. It's always in coordination with him. Trying to be JX from game 1, basically.
I think the bots, they know how to play DP. This is what I think. I think they know how to play DP.
Oh, come on. After your last statement, you saw so many exorcisms on creep waves, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, it's true. But as a playstyle thing, as a team, I mean, he was silencing creep waves as well. So that part, he was silencing actually creep waves in front of me. I don't know what's happening. The way they play with the 5-man death ball and the potential to take the racks, I think DP is like the OpenAI hero. Or it should be, at least in my head.
Well, what is the key? The fact that you can stay alive with Spirit Siphon, the Exorcism pushes towers, like...
All the spells, if you look at them, are really good for this pre-20-minute stuff that's happening. All the spells are extremely powerful. There's no BKB for the W. The Siphons are obviously very strong. The Nuke is also an incredible spell early on. Maybe you have the CM Aura, which you do here. Maybe they would have it also if the bot was playing it. But then, yeah, the Exorcism tremendously helps achieving what it wants, which is like... no trades. You're just going to get a tower for nothing, or threatening the racks. But yeah, it has a problem with spell usage. Many times.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, there we go. There's the value.
I mean, you might as well put sentries everywhere. There's a good chance you'll catch 2 wards.
Yeah, if you find and place 1 ward, you definitely sentry.
Yes.
Oh, that's a sad ward at the staircase, I think. Or is it seeing it? No, it's seeing it.
Oh, it's a next level one.
It's next level one.
No one would ever expect it to be there. How many thousands of hours did they practice placing wards just to figure this one out? That's the real question.
Yeah. So that's why I also think you could learn from AI if it was in the public. It was like just AI warding spots. What could figure out. Oh boy.
But it doesn't seem like they do anything next level. You know, I remember the days where you couldn't see spawn boxes by holding Alt easily.
Yeah.
Like you have to spend like hours planting the exact pixel perfect ward that nobody would ever see.
You went online and you zoomed in on this pixelated image to try and make out the box.
Exactly, and you'd like save this like crazy good ward for like this next tournament, and it would make the difference because you'd win one game because they couldn't pull or something. But it just kind of seems like they're like, we want to fight near here, so they'll put it like anywhere. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that iteration at TI. It was also anytime anything happened, like where two heroes like from separate teams were involved, and if one of them had a ward, they would always just plant in front of them.
Well, in the meantime, Dire Team grouping up and pushing together.
What's this Razor build?
Going back into Yasha.
Huh.
So he went drums into Yules into BKB back into Yasha. That's a little weird.
Okay.
He can't build Manta.
Oh, so there's a sniper on BKB and sniper. That's a really big deal. That's a really big item. That's the only item that's really going to save him this game, I think.
I really felt that during game 1 for you guys. When they got like 3 BKBs, their usage was like impeccable. Like every fight you guys took, they just took your spells.
I mean, it's good in the fights. They were also BKB, like, so the sniper would shrapnel, hit the Witch Doctor, who's alone downhill, and he would click BKB. Just because maybe he was thinking about the Shaker Echo, but it was, again, not good usage always. We saw a couple BKBs that were just like, I don't know where. But yeah, of course, it's like scary. If their BKB is ready and you're trying to blink, call, or... Ooh.
Does look like a kill.
Gonna let the bot have it? Nope. Not worth it.
Yeah, he'll definitely kill steal them. They can't get mad at him.
Nope.
Can't get reported by bots.
So we think. Anyway.
That's the next training.
We've been called in for chatwheel training. Oh.
That's some damage. Oh, OD Pixel also joining the group, but... Oh, he's going for... I thought he was going to go the other way. I don't know about you, but...
We have 3 humans dead right now. Oh.
And
that's some OpenAI tactics right there.
This looks a little familiar. It's like, oh, we lost a team fight. We just hit the jungle
Mode
guys.
OpenAI.
They're trying to defend, though. Viper's a little out of position, but... Okay. Good luck on this one.
This is interesting. They should leave him. I think they have to leave him. Are they actually thinking about this?
They're going back in. They're going to fight it. Line disabled. Silence for a bit. Sniper BKB, but he's in melee range. It's okay, though. Sven getting damage. Going to get picked off, but Sniper himself. Oh, the Echo Slam! They do get the trade out, though. Sniper does not escape, and that was a pretty big team fight for the Dire team.
Yeah. So I don't really know why the Radiant team thought that they could fight there. At least to me, it seemed like a very hard fight. Just with Viper spells, you're not going to be able to turn. Sven had no ultimate. So yeah.
It went about even, though. The fight recap was like pretty gold neutral because of buybacks on the Dire team. And now they're alive and pushing waves. I mean, this is a better buyback than the ones they had against you, at least.
Yeah. Yeah. And Blitz's OpenAI mode. Blitz's OpenAI mode didn't work. His buyback was.
He walked forward a pixel too far and he's just dead.
No.
That's how it goes.
So he has a Wraith Band in his... oh, okay. So he was saving it for the slot. I see.
They're ahead of that. Mm-hmm. Did you guys see any weird like talent trees that they picked or anything like that? I think Viper they went. I think they went attack speed, attack range, just like this.
Okay.
It really feels like they prioritize range. Range seems like everything for them.
Yeah.
I mean, range is essentially, you could think of it similar to like movement speed and cast range. It's like your ability to reach out and catch somebody when they can't affect you back. So
yeah,
I can see some of the
punish
benefits.
them if they, Have they been using any of the backpacks smartly from what you've seen?
Well, like backpacking clarities and stuff?
Yeah,
I don't
stuff
think so.
like that.
There was even a time where... no, I think that was a dead courier. How many times do you guys kill couriers? There's so many.
So we killed a lot in the first game. I think we killed it 4 times or something. Yeah. 3 or 4.
They'd put like... I saw one player with like a Blacking Bar recipe here, but I think that was just because they'd already bought the Ogre Club and it was in courier.
Uh-huh. But this guy, for example, he has a Wraith Band on him that he probably will get rid of.
I'm not sure if they know how to sell, to be honest.
Oh, yeah?
But they know how to move items out. They may have understanding because they definitely abuse. They use the backpack for sure.
Yeah. As we can see, he decided to value the Mythical Hammer over the Ogre Club for the farm part. But he didn't think ahead. He did the... He got the items first. Oh, he's valuing the Wraithband over the Magic one. He sold his Magic one. Yeah.
Okay, so they do sell.
I heavily disagree with that, by the way, in my opinion. But so if you want to talk like very small things, what he could have done was put the Ogre Club in his backpack before the courier delivered his items. Then he would have had that 24 damage for those hits for the neutral camp. Very small things, but he didn't do it.
Yeah, that can make a big difference sometimes, especially in like 1v1s.
Yeah.
Man, they like jungling. They just, I don't think they have any faith in their teammates, and they're like, well, we know we can farm better, so.
Oh, something happening top. That's a Sven TP. You know, what's up. Oh.
No, just ganking the creep wave. Everyone's gone. Okay, what was that after line? Well, item-wise, it's progressing pretty normally.
I mean, they should be very happy on Dire Team. I think definitely their power spike has been for a while. I think they could force something if they decided to as a team.
What about like going into ultra late game stuff? Do you think their heroes match up all right?
So Sniper always falls off. Like, it's just the nature of the hero. He's part of having long range. Sheaver is dead by the hands of Owen. Isn't that tragic? I think Sniper always falls off. Like, if you want to talk super late game, I definitely would favor Radiant.
Okay.
Just because DP, Gyro, and Sven, and even Viper, they do something to cores later on that also help disable them. So yeah, you might have a Shaker and a Lion to stun a lot, but I don't think your Sniper Razor is going to cut it.
They're ready to fight. Here they go. The Sven jumps in, immediately runs away. Guess it's over. I mean, BKBs are used on both sides. The Fissure's going to definitely stop the fight, though. What do you think changed there? I mean, they got the CM kill and then they instantly went mid. Is that what
no. Damn, I've seen this movie before. Doesn't end well. Oh.
You thought he had the opportunity.
I mean, he was trying to force it. He saw... I mean, we saw the Sniper use BKB before, right? So maybe they felt like they could fight.
Was it hard to like force the bots to fight you guys sometimes? There was a lot of times you'd like run after them, teleport to the lane.
So one thing that I think was exceptional by them is that they never really will get 5-man wiped, unlike humans. Humans are going to put themselves in a position where they can't get out. I feel like they're going to get in a position where maybe you're going to catch 2 to 3, maybe 4, which is still good enough. They're not going to like do this calculation where everything's going to be perfect always. I don't believe that, but I do think that they have a way of like positioning every single hero so well that they will never get like the biggest loss possible. Where you see that in a lot of human games.
Yeah, where people overcommit or try to save a friend.
Yeah. And positioning is the key there. Like they put themselves in a position where they can never get out.
All kind of comes back to just the OpenAI knowing better what's safe and what's dangerous.
And also just this small clicking. Ooh, what the?
That was a good net. Sometimes it's just got to come out, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I just got a flashback to me and Topias trying to kill this Crystal Maiden.
Oh yeah, that was a good moment.
Monka, yes.
Everyone enjoyed that one, I think. Oh no, the Aftershock not working because of the Nether Toxin on the ground. That's going to hurt Cap quite a bit here. Odie is looking pretty dead there, yeah.
Just 2 humans trying to play against bots. Nothing new here.
Oh, it didn't work out very well for sure. He did do the solo Echo Slam damage at least. Congratulations.
Still not a trophy, man.
Well, some human's going to win here, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
That's why we stacked it like this.
Isn't that what Elon Musk said as well? If you can't beat him, you have to join him. So we're going to do some human uploading here.
That's the plan. Sanjinasha for the Razor now. Nobody making Hurricane Pike. Do you think that's interesting?
Oof, that was a quick 4-step. I like that. I like seeing that. Wow.
Oh, did you watch some of the turns against the Riki that the enemy team was doing? It was crazy. It was like Topias would be right on top of them, and every time he'd auto attack, they'd turn around briefly, just so they never got backside damage.
Oh,
it was insane. So he really had a lot of trouble mid game rolling over that. Normally you're like, oh crap, the Riki, I'm dead. You start running, but they would just turn around. It cost them like 3 extra seconds or something. Some of those little micro things are definitely amazing at still. But Hurricane Pike. No Hurricane Pikes here. Very common item in Pro Dota.
Yeah.
But they just stick with Force?
I mean, it's not cost effective. As for, does he have Dragonlance on Sniper?
Yeah, he had both.
Oh, he does have Dragonlance.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah,
Razor,
no. So I think they might not want to value the Hurricane Pike unless they are building the. Yeah, this guy, he should probably look at it.
I mean, it's like 400 gold at this point.
Yeah, for the recipe. Yeah, I don't really know how much else gets upgraded from just the 2 components into the Hurricane Pike. But overall, Hurricane Pike is Dragonlance and the Hurricane Pike recipe.
It's actually a lot of agility. It's like 8 agility. That's probably worth it.
Yeah, for 400 gold, sure, why not?
Okay.
But yeah, Dragonlance, not that value of an item. I mean, it's been nerfed many times since it came out. Somebody BKB.
Who BKB?
There we go.
Oh, that was.
That was.
Never mind.
No, but he's just trying to sync. He's trying to get in sync with what the.
He's trying to speak their language,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
they trust him to push.
Yes, exactly. No, he's like, I know how to play this game. Shaker is not echoing me. This guy is searching for him in the trees. Oh. Okay.
Okay. Really wanted the kill, I guess.
Here we have the typical Sven build, so he went the same build as in our game.
Yes, I think he was planning Bloodthorn, but he did stick with the Crystallis for a long time. Not many item slots, I guess.
And that's also interesting, right? He bought out, like he didn't save for his buyback.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's a wasted Oblivion staff anyway.
What an idiot.
What an idiot. So bad. We lost.
I think they're trying to communicate with the human players to influence the bots.
Look at the denies, dude.
Yeah, it's scary, dude.
Lane all mid.
They're trying to tell the bots what to do, I think.
Yeah, because it looks like the game might be complete stalemate, right? As they need the bots to be playing with them, but they're all hitting neutrals.
If I remember correctly, I think they had some control over where the bots go. Like, they could instruct them. All right, so they only allow them to tell them what to do during the laning stage. That's what they're writing in ally chat, apparently.
Yeah, I see. Wow.
So they changed their mind, or they're not fully programmed. So they're just gonna hit neutrals, I guess. See you guys in 3 hours.
It turned into a EU pub.
That's an everywhere pub, man. It's too much jungling.
I guess it's time to look at some quick buys. This guy's gonna have his 4-stab if he wants it. Courier's not in base. I guess they don't put stuff on quick buy. It's already there.
Oh, what is this gonna be?
I guess that's gonna have to be the
Hurricane
Pike. Yeah.
I don't know. OD Pixel looking very dead here. OD Pixel read the message and he followed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible Aegis usage. They're about to lose it. This Razor and Sniper being the most farmed heroes of the game, having done very little. Feels bad, man.
You know, it's kind of interesting because we're talking about the bots.
What's he doing on Sniper?
Oh, he's going to buy Hurricane Pike.
Well, why is he walking there?
I mean, this happens a lot in pubs.
Sold the Wraith Band, did not buy teleports.
That's a good point.
Aggie treads?
Oh, they don't tread switch.
At all? It's all
I don't
strength.
think
So
so.
when they buy treads, is it then strength treads all around? Because this is an Aggie hero.
Oh, well, we can take a look, I guess, at the see if any of my other hotkeys work quick. How many treads we have? It doesn't
Got
show
one on
here.
Viper, we got one on Gyro.
As a whole, I mean, I don't see them tread switch. I think they
all
just
strength.
stick on it.
Yeah, okay.
Health is important, you know. I don't know about you, but I get caught on in-treads all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get punished a lot if you try to play with the tread switch, but you feel like you have to, as a pro player anyway.
Because that mana might matter in 10 seconds,
Yeah,
right?
you're gonna kick yourself if it did matter and you didn't tread switch.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a fine line. Most of the time, when a fight's about to break up, you just strength treads. Understand that you're human.
So in terms of like the OpenAI jungling, I imagine like what it would take from a human player right now in this game to actually get them to do the right thing. Is it like, oh, you're 3 pixels too far to the right, therefore it's not worth it for me to group up and push, you know? It's probably some like super simple thing.
Yeah, what I do in my pubs when my team plays like this is I just right-click them and I try to make them understand that, yeah, I'm going with you because I have to go with you.
Ah, yes. It's a good strat.
Yeah.
But then you just end up like standing next to them while they jungle.
Next to them, what are you going to do? And take the racks with Shaker?
You never know.
Yeah,
you got the damage talent.
You got, yeah.
Ags on gyro. I love
See,
this build.
these ultimates, for example, right? They're worthless. I mean, you're saving maybe 1 second. Oh,
He saves Slack Cannon.
that part is true. He does save Flat Cannon.
Viper getting what he deserves. That was kind of interesting. There's like 2 bots. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a bot and Sheever? No, Sheever just died. They actually like crossed the map basically, did some stuff and got punished.
Yeah.
It wasn't human players for once.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the humans were supposed to be there kind of a thing?
Yeah. If you're Radiant bots, you definitely blame Radiant humans. What are those wards in the small camp?
You know, they like seeing things. That one's really good. I like that one. Nice sliver of vision that's already granted. And, well, you know, can't let them pull.
No, can't let them pull. The camp is secure. All right, now they decided it's go time. I guess, the Viper kill is what it took.
I mean, it took
Waiting for a mistake. Here we go.
Viper, or Sven forcing this though. Oh, he's on top of Sniper. This is pretty big. Hurricane Pike already used. BKB's down. No, he gets him. And now Owen kind of cleaning things up, but Sven and DP on the backline, they can still defend this easily. The bots are running. The missile's coming though.
I'll just defend. This guy's dead. Kill him.
Is he? Okay, there's a blink forward. He's gone. Maybe. Heals in 2 seconds, but as soon as the glimmer goes away, he'll use him, right? Yep. But he does still die. It's a good punish. Exorcism grants haste.
Row should be spawning, and they could take it.
Oh, this could be a courier kill pretty easily. Oh,
Oh,
the
yeah.
humans. That was definitely the humans messing. Maybe.
No, I actually don't think so. I actually think it was the
bots. Yeah, they got to work on the courier micro.
Oh.
That's basically what your entire game looked like. It's like, oh, you're about to do something amazing, but then you're stopped.
Cap had to die for Owen sins. Oh my god. Worth it though. This queen is farmed. This queen is very farmed.
Yeah, she's doing well. Net worth is even now. Maybe not something we expected. They kill shrines at least. That's one benefit they've got going for them.
Oh god, there it is again.
That's a great
the
one.
Infamous word.
Maybe needed an item slot or something.
I swear, this is very close to a lot of my pubs. I have my lion blocking my camps, boarding my base.
That's a good question. Who is playing better?
Who's playing better? Who's playing better? I would have to give it to Dire a bit.
Oh.
That Viper fuck up was.
Are you talking about the OpenAI bots or the players?
I mean, I would say the AI is dictating a big part of what's happening in this game. You have more. I do think we have a little more control on Dire's team also, because we're playing this, we have this offlane shaker and this queen, whereas then the 2 cores is the Razor Sniper, who are just very powerful for them. And Radiant, they just don't seem to be doing as much with their cores. I mean, Will has been trying, but every time it's like not on the same page as the bots. The bots don't seem to want to do it. You can't really play Dota alone. It's a 5-man game.
You know, maybe you guys should have chat wheeled the OpenAI bots.
We didn't have chat wheels.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
that's
would
too
have
bad.
chat wheeled it. Let's shit out of them, man.
I suppose it's like a private server. Well,
That's Sven's decision right there. He sees the guy's poking him in the back. They're getting fissured. He doesn't care. He's just thinking about the objective.
I mean, it'll kill faster.
Deciding to
easy.
save the Bloodthorn for the potential fight. Thinking ahead.
That was pretty sick. Bloodthorn from low ground, instant Yules. Easy kill. All right, now let's see what they do with this. They've got a hero advantage. They're jungling. Okay. Well, not entirely. This is actually not that bad to do. If you know your team's going to push, you don't need 4 heroes mid to push, for example. So Sven can, in the meantime, hit neutral camps on the way to push top. And the bots are actually shifting, trying to decide between going top and middle now. This is actually not that weird.
But if you do the math, and if you have 2 4 stabs and a shaker behind the sniper, can they ever push against this sniper? Like, push to the point where the racks will die? Obviously, they can do a lot of tier 3 tower damage with some exorcism.
You're saying the sniper can defend all this?
Look at him. He's so farmed. Daedalus, it's really hard to tank these hits. And I also think it's really hard to kill him when he's in his base. Getting on top of him might not be a problem, but staying on top of him might be when he's sitting here.
Well, he doesn't have buyback. If he does die, this could be pretty bad. Oh my god, he's shredding the Viper. Uses cheese. That was fast backpacking.
That was a beautiful fissure by Cap.
That's definitely one thing they're bad at, dealing with those fissure blocks
Yes,
like that.
I agree.
You guys have used that quite well. Oh no, the
Oh,
nether
not
toxin.
again.
It's so good against Earthshaker.
Ah, get the fissure!
Oh, they can't get him. Gyro lives, and now they're taking the racks. 3 heroes remaining.
Sniper does not have BKB, so if they get on top of him, he will die. But he still has to somehow get the hits.
Or they could just...
They're going to get the Rex.
Yeah, they're just going to hit buildings. OD Pixel will be up in a second, but, I mean, all he has is just an ultimate. He's just a damage hero. Shiver taking some damage. BKB. Okay. He's really safe.
Wow, okay, they're just doing it.
Well, it's a good way to defend now. They went offensive.
Well, that was a really good use of Cheese and Aegis. That bought them the whole side top and tier 3 and brain tracks mid. That Viper, even though the Fisher was great and they killed them, the fact that Sniper had to BKB for that kill, and they still lost the Shaker in the end, that made it like a possible high ground.
Normally you don't want to let them know that you're looking at them, but...
But they do this to, I mean, we don't know why they're doing it, but they were doing these things where they're casting a spell where they need vision for it, like the Sniper Ultimate. I don't remember, there was another hero in our game. And it makes us think that they have wards there. And it can't just be the lingering vision, it can be other things like you just stepping in for that millisecond and they get the vision that they need to instantly click the spell, whereas humans would never do it. Or it can just be that freaky ward that we were always suspecting.
Yeah. So you're saying they would play a really good Spirit Breaker?
Yeah, exactly. Like that is terrifying, right? If you have a Spirit Breaker player who has his monitor on the whole map, who's dead?
Is it Gyro?
Oh boy.
That's a pretty huge kill, considering... Oh, this is a new ward, maybe.
Here's the backstab. They did not like how the fight started, so they were doing a full retreat.
Yeah, they weren't ready. I think the Viper was moving around to put the ward down, and he did it, but it was after the fight had already started, so potentially he was late.
Oh, something happening?
Oh, thank you. OD Pixel, super sounds. Used both options to get out. Now he's in trouble. But they've got a lead. Dire team's owning.
Oh, they got this. It's over.
Is this game actually over?
It has to be over.
That's a lot of enemy kills. Will's got to
but
stay
they're
alive
dead
here.
they're dead forever.
He's got the blink away. If he can just buy time.
Will, you have to do a lot.
All you have to do is get the humans and the bots to chase you, and you'll buy time.
I just feel like Sven is way too big of a deal. The Gyro is going to spawn and he's going to die trying to defend. They're going to go throne. I hope. I mean, for the Queen and Shaker's sake, I hope that the bots
This is a tier 4 tower moment.
Cap is like, you guys are free hitting this with me.
All right, they're going. The bots are helping. He's in that BKB for 5.
Took
for
the
a while,
haste
actually.
talent. That's a really nice haste talent to be having right now. Is it going to be enough?
He's got to silence him. Maybe going.
The sniper hurts, man.
He's got to be so careful. He doesn't have buyback here. If Will dies, this could be so bad. Oh! That was really close. Great Force Staff. That was Viper saving his life, actually. Viper forced him out of the way.
Oh my god. No, they're throwing.
They're kind of defending. They've got a dead hero. They can get kills. They need kills. What are Yules?
Wait, what did he just backpack? He just changed something in his backpack mid. Didn't he? Oh, okay, no, I was wrong, I think. I thought he did
all right.
Yields for the drums.
They defended it. That was really close, actually. Will did a really good job there. Maybe him an MVP so far?
Yeah, actually.
Is that fair?
Yeah. Oh, that's close. I mean, Owen has had a sick game on Queen. Cap has had some sick fissures. I think Shiver is struggling a lot this game, but that's the nature of Crystal Maiden for many games.
More jungling in the meantime, while people are dead. Sven gets his buyback while he's...
Inefficient by Gyro, though. Look at him. He was doing some running around. Like, he didn't realize that the wave was actually there. Whereas... that Hurricane Pike, though. He ended up going for the wave anyway when he saw it, when the waves met. But
so he's not anticipating where the creep waves are going to be like a player would.
At least there it looked like he didn't. He did some running around, so not 100% optimal.
Could it have also just been his team movements, like adjusting based
could
on...
have been adjusting if his team was looking to go mid or the plan was to go mid and then they changed. Sure.
The instant assassin, put it on cooldown. Ultimate's a little early here.
Oh boy.
That bot's dumb. I think he was expecting Cap to echo sign there. I blame it on Cap.
Ah, shit. That Viper Q hurts.
Viper strike DPS here. And that's a mega creep.
Yeah, I thought Dire for sure had this game, but now it's going to be really... Don't worry, Cap. Nobody's watching.
No, it's not. He's still alive, though. Oh, never mind. Will clean it up here. The Lion bot running for his life. He's going to live. Sniper dealing damage in the meantime. Will's going to get cleaned up. And now they can win. There's buybacks available on the
that
Radiant
buyback
team.
from Gyrocopter. This is how they're going to lose. This is how they're going to lose. Yeah, look at the Gyro. He's running down mid. No. Change is bad.
Where's the Gyro? He's going Butterfly next.
All right, so they're not allowed to die in the Viper or Gyro. At least being caught off in a bad position for no trade.
They're hunting.
Yeah, this guy might be dead. This is a really big problem. Now they might lose the throne. But they're not looking at the mid wave. The mid wave is the key to getting the throne.
I mean,
it's in the river.
There's still...
So if they manage to protect this wave and get it to the throne, this is when they can keep killing people and potentially win the game.
But they're spending all this time running around to kill Viper and stuff. And all
Yeah,
that
but
did was
one
buy him
hero,
like 20 seconds.
Yeah, one hero could have caught the wave mid, and we would have already been looking at the tier 4s mid if they won it. But then it would have been a 3v2.
But oh man, look how the bots are playing. They're actually just splitting them up. Big Yules to throw Sven in the air. Like, the Dire team doing this, and in the meantime, what's the Lion doing? This guy can't defend against Mega Creeps by himself. He's just gonna die.
He's an
There's
AI.
a fight going on. Razor in trouble now. Sniper getting auto-attacked as well. There's the call-down damage, and now he is looking dead. Buyback instantly from Sniper. 5 heroes alive now. Still a couple dead on the Radiant team, but if they can get some pickoffs, it'll help out. Cap going to be disabled as... Oh,
you'll
see.
He can do
it's
it.
going to be close.
No.
Okay, he gets out.
Okay. I mean, it's hard turn. There's blood throwing up again. Now it looks really hard for Dire.
I mean, it's been looking hard for Dire for about 3 minutes here, I think.
Yeah, well, now it's just looking grim. Viper's going to respawn. They're all going to be stuck in their base, and it's going to be a slow choke.
2 boots.
Yeah. So Sniper's
probably BOTs.
backpack. Don't Google it.
He's probably looking for BOTs, if I had to guess. Oh, OD Pixel just died.
Oh.
Oh, the old Radiance.
Wait, what did he die to? I didn't see.
Oh, it was probably
Wait,
just the whole
but
team.
I saw the Shiver smiley face. Is that...
I'm sure she was there, yeah. little response kill. Oh, Shiver in a little trouble here, but...
You bait it.
Oh, man. The Bloodthorn is so ready here. Lion in trouble running away. Will using his ult as well, but he's taking a lot of damage from Sniper. He's got to be careful. He's got to gap close, get in the air, something. Get some health. He instantly gets killed.
He got critted.
Finger of Death being used there to finish him off, and now they're running back to their fountain to heal, but they do have a disadvantage. 3 heroes versus 5. And what does the Radiant do? They say, let's go check Roshan.
No. Yeah, maybe. No.
They're thinking about it. Death Prophet pinged it. That was Will. Cap's got to be careful here.
Ooh.
That was very close.
Look at that, Sven. He's standing still because he cannot comprehend what just happened.
Smashing his digital keyboarding range.
His digital keyboard. Oh!
Big echo on 2 heroes, but the bots are nowhere to be found. They weren't ready. They're like, no, Cap, that's not the initiation.
Sniper, what are you doing, man?
He's got to kill these 2
Come on,
creeps.
dude!
The creeps.
Rough.
Oh! That's the GG we lost from
that is a morale, this Sniper should just leave, man. He's not helping.
Yeah, report that guy, dude.
Yeah,
at least
it.
mute him.
Yeah. Don't be a double downer, man.
Razor going to try to tank things up. He's got BKB here to buy some time, but everybody just running away. Quap is back
Sniper.
in. It's not over yet.
It's
Okay,
not over
gets
yet.
kill. Odie looking like he can clean up here with help from Sniper.
Die, Will!
You know, at least he kept trying, you know? Like, he's one of those negative players. It's kind of like playing on the C server. They're really negative, but they'll never stop trying.
Yeah. Nah, it's a typical GG go end mid, and then they're like, guys, go smoke.
Yeah, they're already smoked, right?
They're
They're like,
already
oh,
smoked.
we're in the
Yeah,
fountain,
yeah, yeah.
guys. You can push high ground, we swear.
The Sniper backpack and having 6k gold with no buyback, something is not right.
I mean, they can still win this game, right? Like, it's...
Now they can, right?
It's a 1% chance at least. And they just won that fight. It's got to be higher now. Press your buttons. Okay, all right. He should be able to get a blink off. If there's a crit, though. Okay. Ends up getting out. I would ulti that for sure. Not really seeing too much movement in terms of like Razor's gold advantage at this point. He is sitting pretty middle of the pack, but so is Sven actually.
This is a lot of money for a 56-minute game. Like, the resources have been cleaned up quite efficiently, I think, by both teams.
That's definitely, jungling like that is one thing the bots are good at, for sure. How's a Sniper's second set of boots working out? Oh, he's got a lot of money.
I don't know what's happening. He doesn't have buyback. These are all money that he should be spending.
Is he having item issues? What's going on? Hyperstone, boost his speed.
I don't know. Eat the Moonshard. Do something.
You know what it is? I don't think they've ever been in this. This is like the moment where they've never been in this position before. They don't know what to do.
They're quick, or like the item suggestions ran out. You know how you build your list? And the list has been run dry now.
Yep.
It's at the end of the list.
But in all reality, like if 5 OpenAI play 5 OpenAI, the games are done by now. They would have ended it.
Yeah.
This is a new territory. The same thing happened when they played the casters 5 versus them. They picked. We did one draft where we let the Twitch chat pick heroes, and they played like Slark or something. Slark just didn't know what to do. He like just split pushed, but he never fought. It's because he never had experience winning games. Is my assumption.
Yeah. No, which also goes back to the whole buyback theory that at least I have, where they were buying back the way they were buying back in our game. I mean, twice they bought back on core heroes without getting a single tower for it, without even looking at it. I think it was because statistically they're just losing games that last. So their conclusion was to fix it by buying back and trying to end it faster. Somehow.
That's where they're the best, right? All the team fight coordination. Waves pushed. They're looking for an opportunity here. Viper, he's not afraid.
He is stacked.
Look at
He's not afraid.
What is he going to refresh orb? Oh, the BKB, I guess. All right, there's a refresher orb being used. Instantly double ultimate. He's got his BKB ready. But Will making a big mistake. He jumps in, but he doesn't BKB. Gets killed at the start of the fight. This could be the opening that the Dire team needs. But Sniper is dead. Lion is dead. Earthshaker is dead. Can he defend with just 3 heroes? Oh, Razor's trying to buy some time here, but everybody not a likely teleport here. And that one just might be the end of it. Big Echo Slam catching some damage on 4 heroes, but
nice. That should be a trophy. That should definitely be a trophy.
The Echo Slam?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's 5 heroes dead. I think it's finally over.
Yeah. Unless, no.
Maybe the throne can defend. Oh, thank you, Viper.
I like how he finishes with this just as the freaking throne is dying.
That's how you talk crap as an OpenAI bot. So that's going to be victory for the Radiant team. That was Blitz and Shiver taking the win. Their Death Prophet, their Crystal Maiden, and maybe some of their OpenAI helping a little too.
Yeah. I would definitely not have been happy with my sniper in that game. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Nope. I would have put it all on my core.
Is that the moment you tell him to buy a Divine Rapier? He's got 7,000 gold. You're mega creeped.
Yeah. When you ask him for one-on-one unvouch.
Yeah, he deserves it after that one. Yeah. But it was a fun game. That was the co-op match for the day.
What do we say, Shiver? Ease. Easy.
She said less than well.
Huh?
Who played the worst? He's asking who played the worst.
Oh, you mean you and Shivero?
No, he's asking who do you think played the worst out of the 4?
I think.
Flame somebody on broadcast for everybody. It's the job of the caster.
I will say I was very impressed with the Queen, Owen, and then you went and just shat all over it. Like you see that Radiance buy. Like how much did we do with that? That didn't really.
It was a push.
But you had it before the Mega.
maybe that's why the Megas came. There's some correlation there.
Yeah, Radiance quick buy.
Watch, guys, head to the desk so we can talk to you there. How about that? Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's one way to push creep waves for sure. Just buy Radiance on Queen of Pain. But
interesting game. I definitely think that something happens with the way they calculate, but a lot happens when they have human teammates that just mess up their.
It just looked like a normal pub game, genuinely.
It actually did look like a typical European pub game.
But compared to how much they beat you guys, especially game 2, like it was extremely convincing. We just didn't see the same thing with human players. So there's definitely some something to be said about like how impressive their teamwork is. And normally we don't even get to see really good teamwork unless we see teams of 5 players that practice consistently. Yeah. It's definitely a very different level. So that was pretty fun. Good day of matches so far. So,
I mean, there's something to AI that I think we could. I mean, like we talked about it already. There's a lot we could learn already. But I'm just curious if you were to give AI other certain tools just to experiment to see like the idea of item builds.
Yep.
You have Sven, and if you did this just with the 17 heroes that they have, where they opened up all the items for all the heroes, would we be seeing something different? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know if it's set. I actually don't know how it works, if these are the items that were just generalized for the heroes, or if these are the items that the heroes do truly want, because then is what I'm already talking about.
So itemization is like a huge part of the game, right? Like you obviously when a patch comes, you think some hero is not good, but it just takes some guy to invent some crazy item build, and it changes the whole game. It's like, oh crap, that hero is actually a 55% win rate here, not a 50 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, we have some replays to watch from the match, some of those wonderful highlights. Hopefully a couple human players dying here. Oh, heavy wards. Oh, this was the first blood that we caught. Cap getting wrapped around by Shiver. Big early game fight. Will was feeling confident with his team. Looked like he was going to be able to get 2 kills, but he couldn't.
Instant salves from the Lion. He didn't salve his sniper.
What a jerk.
Yeah.
It's early fights, 18 minutes later here. Another engagement in the jungles where the Radiant team, this is very common, right, to group up and try to take the enemy safe lane tower, like after the laning stage is over, right?
Yeah, I mean, the tier 1s, out of the tier 1s, that tower does seem like a very natural one to wrap around on and to go for. That wasn't the trophy. There's going to be another trophy Echo Slam coming. If we get to see it, I don't think we get to see it.
Lion running for his life, barely able to live. We probably have so many clips. This is Mega Creeps for so long, and they just couldn't quite take it. But this is maybe one of the good parts. BKBs were so huge still in these matches. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Their usage is really good.
I mean, it is really good, and it's even tuned down. You know, they have given it a reaction time of I don't remember what is 0 point something.
I think it's a 0.2.
0.2, 0.3. Yeah.
It's like the typical human reaction time to something that happens.
And they could put it at 0.
And that was the end of the game. 59-minute game there. 8K advantage. Not a huge advantage, despite having Mega Creeps, but that's going to be it for us. The casters. No Tail, thanks a lot for coming on. We really appreciated it. Thanks for the insights on OpenAI, and maybe we'll get a chance to play them in the future.
Of course, I hope so.
Take some glory back. With that, we'll throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin and Oton. Yeah, that was us being victorious. I'm here with Blitz, but also with Michael and Christy. Christy or Christy?
Yeah, Christy. Yep.
Christy, hi. First of all, that game was very different from the game we saw with OG. What made it so much more passive? Was that just us?
I think the bot was setting you up for situations once in a while, and then it was realizing that perhaps you weren't playing as perfectly as it.
Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit less perfect.
I started to notice, like, after a while, it was only us dying. Like, it would just be, I'd show up in the lane, I would die. Cap showed up in the lane, he would die 10 times. There was never, like, a bot dying for, like, 10-minute stretches.
Yeah, it was an interesting game to play, though, because we kind of had to go along with thinking, like, okay, what do they want to do? What does AI think we should be doing? And then when we saw everybody, or the other 3 going towards the top lane, it's like, all right, guess that's where we're going.
So how did it feel in the middle of the action? When they were doing a thing and you're coming in, helping them out?
It actually felt nice. I had my Viper gave his life for me at some point. He tried to, help me, thinking I'm sure she knows what she's doing, and then obviously I didn't. But he believed in me. I don't get that a lot with teammates.
Well, they are perfectly selfless.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Sometimes
they also expect you to be.
Yeah. It didn't work out that way. What did you think, Will?
It was interesting because I could tell that we were doing something wrong, because they weren't coming with us. So I was like, this is clearly like an us issue, and I didn't really know how to fix that. Like I didn't, regardless of what lane I went to, it just felt like I was making the wrong play, and it felt kind of bad in that regard. But it was cool because at the same time, like I knew when I did make a move and they decided to go with me, that they deemed like that was the correct thing to do. It felt like I was trying to like solve a puzzle while playing the game.
Man.
We solved it though. We won.
We won. Yeah.
It would be pretty embarrassing if we lost and we had to go back here and sit here. That would be pretty embarrassing. This is good.
We did it. The panel did it.
The panel did it. Yes. All right.
I
That
guess
was
you guys.
you guys.
By extension.
We have said at the start, this is a 3-part event, and we just had part number 2, and it's time to jump to part number 3. Michael, you wanna lead us into that one, or Christy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go
So,
for it. For everyone.
yeah. And speaking of for everyone, one of the key components of OpenAI's mission is to take AI and make sure those benefits are distributed to everyone. So, and also one of the really cool things about modern AI systems like OpenAI 5 is that once they're trained like they are now, you can scale them up into like a large number of simultaneous instances.
So what we're doing is we're announcing Arena. So it's coming out on Thursday next week. And this is a system where anyone in the world, all of you that are watching remotely, all of you that are here, you can go in onto Arena and play with the 5 or challenge it competitively, just like OG did. And it's going live today for registrations. And we ask you to go in, register, so we know that you want to play in your region. So we'll have enough systems running in your geographical region.
Yeah, you're going to make sure everybody has a server to play on. So if you want to get ahead of the action, you got to register today, because I'm thinking it's going to fill up, surely. How prepared are you guys?
We're fairly prepared.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's been taking a while, but we'll see. We're hoping to be surprised. And really, we are curious to see what everyone will do with it, how they'll play with it, what they'll think. And it is open just for a limited time for now. So we will be opening it up on Thursday at 6 p.m. and running it through the weekend, so to midnight Sunday. So yeah, please come play. We will try to make sure you have enough servers and have a good time.
So to recap, from Thursday to Sunday next week,
correct.
Everybody, as long as you register, everybody can play with AI and against AI. Doesn't matter the setting, and have fun with it, basically.
Exactly.
What would you prefer to do, Will? Would you play the same as just now, or would you rather just grab a group of 5 people and play against?
Oh no, I'm trying to beat it. I'm going to get better friends, because clearly the ones that I played with were garbage.
No worries,
like,
no offense.
When you guys saw OG play, a lot of you guys in chat and in the audience are like, they're not that good. Like, come on, they want TI. Like, they know what they're doing. I would love for you to stream you and your 3K friends showing OG how it's done. If you're offended by that, I meant for you to be. Get crushed. Tell me how it went. Tweet at me. I want all the salts. I'll take it.
I am very curious to see how that's going to go. And then now to end it all off, to cap it off, we have a little bit of a surprise. Christy, you want to lead it? Yeah.
So, if you are in our audience, you are one of the special ones. If you take your badge and turn it over, there's a special code on there and a URL. And if you go there, you can get access 1 day early.
Yeah. Just to make sure that the servers are available for all you guys here.
Yeah, you're guinea pigs, but
Yes. You're gonna get crushed. I mean, let's be real. It's very exciting though. I'm very curious to see how it will go and how people will do. But that is it. Do you guys have any final words of today?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we could not have done any of this if it weren't for the community. The Dota community has produced this amazing environment for research, and so we really need to thank you guys for all the hours you've played in making Dota what it is, and we couldn't have been here without you today.
Yep.
awesome crowd today as well. Very responsive, and I'm glad you know, you weren't too harsh on laughing at our plays earlier as well. That helps as well. Michael, any final words here for today?
No, just want to thank everyone for watching and for coming in person and supporting this project. And also huge thanks for OG for coming out, playing. It's been an amazing day.
Thank you so much.
It has been quite a day indeed. And with that, I want to say thank you to indeed everyone in front of the camera, behind the camera, the OpenAI team, of course, and make sure you register so that you can play against AI5 coming Thursday or Wednesday if you're here. So enjoy, good luck, have fun. I'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's running in our blood. The answers are lying here within. It's running in our blood. The answers are lying here within.